Good afternoon again and welcome. You are tuning into the remote public scoping meeting for the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. We are just checking that our audio and visual is streaming to YouTube properly, and we will be getting started in just a few minutes at 2 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. You are tuning in to the remote public scoping meeting for the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan proposal. For the record, I'll note that the City Environmental Quality Review, or CEQR number, is 25DCP001Q. My name is Stephanie Shalou, and I'm the Director of the Environmental Assessment and Review Division here at the New York City Department of City Planning. Evren Olker-Kajar, Deputy Director of EARD, will co-host today's meeting, and in the event of any technical challenges on my end, will take over this meeting on my behalf. We truly appreciate your patience as we conduct this meeting today. I do want to take this moment to thank everyone for taking time out of your busy days to attend this virtual meeting. And I do want to emphasize that we'll hear from everyone who wishes to speak today, and this meeting will remain open until all registered speakers have had an opportunity to provide their thoughts. We also welcome written comments and testimony on this application through 5 p.m. on Friday, September 13th, 2024, and we provide written comments with the same consideration and attention as we do to any comments that we hear live at this meeting today. Next slide. We will now proceed to the public scoping meeting for the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. Again, for the record, the City Environmental Quality Review, or CEQR application number, is 25DCP001Q. Today's date is August 12th, 2024, and the time is approximately 2:02 p.m. Next slide. Again, my name is Stephanie Shalou, Director of the Environmental Assessment and Review Division, or EARD, at the New York City Department of City Planning. I'll be chairing today's scoping meeting. The Department of City Planning is acting on behalf of the City Planning Commission as the lead agency for the proposal's environmental review. As the lead agency, the department will be responsible for overseeing the preparation and completion of the proposal's environmental impact statement, or EIS. Next slide. Joining me today are several of my colleagues from the Department of City Planning. As I mentioned, Evren Olker-Gajar is Deputy Director of EARD. From the department's Queens office, we are joined by Hye-Kyung Yang, Planning Team Leader, and Colin Ryan, Associate Borough Planner. Jameson Mitchell is also here as the Project Manager for the Long Island City's Environmental Review. I'll also mention that we're joined by consultants completing work on DCP's behalf and DCP staff who are working hard in the background to ensure that today's meeting runs as smooth as possible. Many thanks to everyone working on this meeting today. Next slide. Together, we are here to receive your comments on the draft scope of work for the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. The draft scope of work identifies the subjects to be analyzed in the upcoming draft environmental impact statement, or DEIS, and describes the methodologies that will be used in those analyses. The draft scope of work materials are posted online on the Department of City Planning's website and are available through the Zoning Application Portal, or ZAP. Next slide. The purpose of today's meeting is to allow for public participation in the preparation of the DEIS at the earliest stage possible in the environmental review process. Specifically, scoping allows the public to help shape the DEIS before that is written. Next slide. Toward that end, the department as lead agency will receive verbal testimony on the draft scope of work today from elected officials, government agencies, the local community board, and members of the general public. As I mentioned, we also welcome written comments on the draft scope of work, and written comments can be submitted to us through 5 p.m. Friday, September 13th, 2024. We'll provide information on how to submit those comments in just a bit. Next slide. At the end of the written comment period, the department as lead agency will review all comments, those we hear today, as well as any written comments we receive. After carefully reviewing all of these comments, the department will decide what changes, if any, need to be made for the draft scope of work, and we issue the final scope of work. It's the final scope of work that serves as the basis for preparing the environmental impact statement. Next slide. Today marks the beginning of the environmental review process for the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. No decisions will be made today regarding the draft scope of work. Again, the purpose of today's meeting is to allow the public to provide their comments on the draft scope of work, allow the department to listen to those comments, and hear the testimony. It's important for all voices in the process to be heard today. Next slide. I'll now focus on the structure of today's meeting, which will be divided into 3 parts. During the first part of the meeting, the Department of City Planning will give a brief presentation describing the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. A representative from AKRF, our environmental consultant for the project, will provide a brief summary of the environmental review's draft scope of work. This will be about 20 minutes. Then during the second part of the meeting, the department will hear testimony from elected officials, government agencies, and those speaking on behalf of the local community boards. And then during the third and final part of the meeting, we'll receive testimony from members of the general public or organizations. Next slide. A few logistics for today's scoping meeting. If you wish to speak and plan to access this meeting online using a computer, tablet, or smartphone, please remember to register online through the LIC Neighborhood Plan Public Scoping Meeting page of the NYC Engage portal at www.nyc.gov/nycengage. A link to join us and provide your testimony will be emailed to you after you've completed the registration process. Then we will add you to our speakers list and you will be in our list to provide testimony. Next slide. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called and you'll be promoted to panelist. This will allow you to unmute your microphone and the ability to turn on your camera if you wish to do so. There's a short period of time that it appears that you're no longer in the meeting. Don't be alarmed. You'll automatically rejoin the meeting as a panelist and will be asked to convey your remarks. To allow us to hear from everyone who wishes to speak, we ask that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes. If you're participating online, a 3-minute countdown clock will run on the screen. At the 3-minute mark, your time will expire, at which point you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. If you choose to turn on your camera, we will be able to see you. And of course, this process takes a moment, so we do appreciate everyone's patience. Next slide. An additional note of instruction for those of you joining us by phone today. If you wish to provide testimony via telephone, I'll indicate the last 3 digits of your telephone number, and you'll need to press *9 to indicate that you are in the Zoom. Please listen for me to call out those last 3 digits of your phone number, at which point you'll be given the temporary ability to share your testimony. You'll need to press *6 to unmute your telephone, and we'll be able to hear you speak. When your 3 minutes have expired or your testimony is complete, whichever comes first, you'll be asked to press *6 again to mute yourself. We would like to encourage dial-in participants who would like to provide testimony to register via phone using the dial-in participant hotline, information of which is on the NYC Engage portal. Again, note that muting and unmuting registered speakers does take a moment, so we appreciate your patience. Next slide. On to time limits. Speakers from the general public have 3 minutes to provide their testimony. There are a few exceptions to the 3-minute time limit. Elected officials, for example, are given the courtesy of jumping to the front of the queue and are not limited to 3 minutes. Live stream viewers, anyone joining us on the live stream and wishing to testify, please be mindful of background noise. Make sure that the live stream is muted when you begin your testimony to avoid hearing an echo, and do remember that you must register to speak through the NYC Engage portal. Next slide. If you do wish to provide written testimony, it can be submitted to the Department of City Planning through hard mail. Our mailing address is 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271. Attention, myself, Stephanie Shalou. We also have an email address set up for this project where you can submit comments to this distribution list, 25dcp001q_dl@planning.nyc.gov. You know that many of you have already submitted testimony, so we appreciate that. All of this information can be found on the NYC Engage portal and on the DCP website at nyc.gov/planning. Again, that deadline to submit those comments is 5 p.m. on Friday, September 13th, 2024. Next slide. If you missed any of the instructions, please do visit NYC Engage for instructions on how to participate and provide testimony. We'll now move on to the presentation where Colin Ryan will present an overview of the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. Colin, over to you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Hi, everybody. My name is Colin Ryan. I'm working out of the Queens office at the Department of City Planning, working on the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. So this plan is a vision with goals and strategies for the next 10 years to shape how and where LIC grows. The plan is being developed through a collaborative process that includes community leaders, community organizations, city agencies, and other local stakeholders to think about the future of this area and propose ideas for programs, services, policies, and other investments. After nearly a year of community engagement, which culminated in June with the town hall, we are now prepared to formally kick off the environmental review process. Next slide, please. The neighborhood plan is focused on the study area boundary indicated by the dotted black line. It is generally bounded by the East River and Annabelle Basin to the west, the Queensboro Bridge and the mid-block between 39th Avenue and 40th Avenue to the north, 11th, 23rd, and 24th Streets to the east, and 47th Avenue, 46th Road, and the mid-block between 44th Drive and 45th Avenue to the south. I'll note this includes 2 sections of the Long Island City Industrial Business Zone, as outlined in pink, and is east of what is generally considered the LIC core. To the north is Queensbridge Houses and Dutch Kills. To the south is Hunters Point. Next slide, please. So who's involved with the creation of this plan? This includes all of you here today, of course, and all the community members who already shared their ideas and perspectives on the future of their neighborhood. As the New York City Department of City Planning, it is our job to coordinate with all of you, as well as our partner agencies and elected officials. Our engagement on this process began in October of 2023 with an announcement of the launch of the One LIC plan in partnership with Councilmember Julie One. Since then, we've held 16 public meetings through June of this year across the neighborhood, where we engaged with over 1,000 New Yorkers and received approximately 40,000 comments to help shape our proposal. No one knows more about the needs of LIC than the people who live, work, and learn here. The engagement strategy was designed to be accessible by varying locations and providing virtual meetings. We also tabled at several public events, such as LIC Springs, and a Christmas tree lighting ceremony to reach as many people as possible. Thank you to all who attended these meetings. Next slide, please. It's important to remember that we plan in context, and there is no lack of planning efforts in this neighborhood in the past 3 decades. In 1997, a waterfront access plan was established between Annabelle Basin to the south and Queensboro Bridge to the north, the first of its kind in New York City. Should a waterfront property within these boundaries be redeveloped, there would be requirements to provide public access to the waterfront. To date, no property has triggered the public access requirements. While LIC is historically known as a working waterfront with a concentration of industrial uses, the workers of these businesses also lived in close proximity to their jobs. Building off this mix of land uses, the LIC Special Mixed Use District was established in 2001 and expanded through 2008. The special district established paired districts that permit a wide variety of uses, ranging from residential to commercial to light industrial. Much of the new development within LIC can be attributed to the special district. The Hunters Point South rezoning of 2008 rezoned underutilized city-owned property from heavy industrial uses to permit high-density residential uses. The rezoning also established the special Southern Hunters Point District and the Newtown Creek Waterfront Access Plan. The Department of Housing Preservation and Development is continuing to build out many of these rezoned parcels to provide the neighborhood with quality housing. Most recently, between 2016 and 2020, there were 3 distinct planning proposals focused around Annabelle Basin within our current study area: the LIC Innovation Center, Amazon HQ2, and Your LIC. All 3 proposals sought to leverage public and private sites around the basin, but were withdrawn before completing the environmental and land use review processes. Next slide, please. Here we'll look at the context for why we're looking at LIC for a neighborhood plan. Next slide, please. Long Island City is a transit-rich area with 8 subway lines, 2 ferry stops, and 2 LIRR stations, offering direct connections to other central businesses districts such as Jamaica, Flushing, downtown Brooklyn, and Midtown Manhattan. The neighborhood also contains a strong mix of uses, creating a live-work neighborhood with many educational and arts institutions such as CUNY School of Law and MoMA PS1. Since 2010, the neighborhood has grown by 100%, cementing itself as a primary central business district for Queens. Next slide, please. The CBD growth is marked by an increase in 12,000 private sector jobs since 2000, led by the office sector. Following nationwide trends, LIC's industrial sector has suffered over an overall 23% loss in jobs in the same time period. The encouraging growth between 2010 and 2022 is reflective of the strong industrial character LIC fosters. Existing zoning is one hurdle we see as limiting further business growth. Next slide, please. The predominant land use in the study area is 1 to 6-story industrial buildings, while the greater context area has a wider mix of uses, including high-rise commercial and residential buildings. As mentioned earlier, the special LIC mixed-use district, denoted here in orange, was mapped to reflect the historic mix of uses and permit future growth. The study area continues to be mapped with an M14 district, which is considered to be restrictive in use and density, and has limited the growth of the neighborhood. As such, this area is seen as the last missing piece of a holistically planned neighborhood. Next slide, please. Housing production in the last decade has produced a whole new neighborhood worth of units in LIC. While New York City grew by 7.7%, Long Island City increases population by 43.7%, adding 20,000 new housing units. The vast majority of this new homes is concentrated within the special district, which predated mandatory inclusionary housing. Presently, there's only 1/2 of a block within the greater context area that mandates a certain percentage of units be set aside for inclusionary housing. As such, only about 15% of new units are considered income-restricted housing, largely through tax programs and public sector-led development. Next slide, please. Open space is also a pressing issue we've heard in our engagement. There is a dearth of parks and open spaces, especially moving inland from the waterfront. Murray Playground, Queensbridge Park, and Gantry Plaza State Park are the primary open spaces utilized in the neighborhood for active recreation. As climate change continues to impact our city, sites along the waterfront are also at risk of coastal flooding, while inland sites remain vulnerable to stormwater. Next slide, please. So why act now? As mentioned before, the existing zoning limits business growth and residential development. There are also nearly no MIH areas mapped throughout Long Island City. And lastly, the 1997 Waterfront Access Plan is outdated and doesn't meet modern standards for resiliency and optimal open space design. New zoning would incentivize redevelopment of the waterfront and trigger the creation of some seriously needed open spaces for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Working together with the council member, community leaders, community organizations, and other city agencies, we developed 7 shared goals on our vision for LIC. Firstly, protecting affordable housing while creating more affordable housing. Secondly, investing in our existing parks while providing new opportunities for open space. Thirdly, enhancing our corridors and connectivity for all modes of that share the road. Fourthly, focusing on resiliency and for the planned growth of this neighborhood. Fifth, working on supporting businesses and improving access to creating more jobs. Sixth, on investing in neighborhood services such as education and community programs. And lastly, increasing the knowledge and capacity of all of our planning partners in this process, be that public or with our city agencies. Next slide, please. As we plan for the future, we're working to coordinate a package of zoning strategies, capital investments, policies, programs, and services to support the LIC that you all have envisioned. In this next section, we'll focus on our zoning strategies and proposed land use actions. While zoning alone cannot address all the issues the community has raised, it does play an important role in creating the potential for opportunities and improvements. Next slide. The draft zoning framework represents where we think the neighborhood's land use should change and where it should stay the same. It describes places where we can create more opportunities for affordable housing, as well as places where we'd like to grow more jobs. We want to highlight this is only one part of the neighborhood plan. The overall plan will include capital investments, policies, programs, and services, but our focus this afternoon will be on the zoning framework section. This framework will help become an organizing force for the overall neighborhood plan. Next slide. The objectives behind the zoning framework is outlined through these 6 categories. We're looking to permit housing in key areas and mapping MIH where possible, encouraging a mix of uses reflective of LIC's past and future, creating more open space opportunities, being responsive to context of the existing built context surrounding the study area, encouraging active, dynamic, and diverse corridors, and also strengthening the economic vitality of our light industrial districts. Next slide, please. The set of land use actions proposed consists of a zoning map amendment to rezone the existing zoning districts to districts that better accommodate the land use objectives. The second zoning map amendment is to expand the special LIC mixed-use district coterminous with the rezoning area and to include City Planning Commission chair certifications for specific actions under the special district. The final amendment is focused on modifying the waterfront access plan to reach modern design standards. Accompanying these actions are zoning text amendments to establish the rezoning area as a mandatory inclusionary housing area where new housing is permitted to require that a percentage of all new units will be permanently affordable and to update the bulk regulations within the special district text. Other land use actions include changes to the city map to modify the street network and disposition of city-owned property. Next slide, please. This is a map of the proposed zoning framework. Each of the colored areas represent a new zoning district. Places that are not colored do not have proposed zoning changes, even if they are within the black line indicating the study area. The areas in red and orange are mixed-use districts that will allow for industrial, commercial, and residential uses at a higher density, concentrating the highest of these densities near transit, the LIC core, and the waterfront. The areas in yellow are medium-density mixed-use districts that allow for moderate growth, stepping down into the context of Hunters Point. All areas that allow for residential uses will be mapped as an MIH area. The areas in purple are manufacturing districts that will open up opportunities for growing industries and other commercial uses. The light purple area in the center would have a preference in density for industrial uses while continuing to permit commercial uses. Areas indicated by the dotted blue line would have an updated waterfront access plan. We want to reinforce that this is still a draft. Next slide, please. We are currently in the middle of a process. The proposed zoning actions is now entering environmental review. While the zoning proposal goes through the environmental review, we will continue working with our partner agencies and the community to continue to define potential investments that are needed to support the neighborhood as it grows. Finally, we will come back together next year to kick off the Uniform Land Use Review process, or ULURP, where stakeholders, including community boards, borough presidents, the City Planning Commission, and the City Council, will all have a chance to weigh in on the plan. And if approved, the plan will result in new zoning as well as new programs, services, and capital projects. Next slide, please. And from here, I'll pass it over to Bob at AKRF to finish out the slide.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for attending. I'm Bob or Robert White. I'm with AKRF, and along with Phil Habib and Associates, we'll be assisting the department in the environmental review process for the proposed action. Next slide, please. I'm just going to give an overview of what the environmental review process is about and what the scope contains. So, City Environmental Quality Review, or CEQR, as it's often referred to, is a process that looks at the effects of a project, or in this case, a zoning action or a proposed action, may have on the environment and for proposed land use applications. Next slide, please. What is the draft scope of work? The draft scope of work is the framework that is the basis for the preparation of that environmental impact statement. It includes the details about what's proposed, what the proposed action is, and describes in detail with maps and graphics and development program what the analysis will be looking at. It provides secondarily or ancillary to that, an outline of what the environmental topics are that will be specifically studied, and we have a slide that outlines each of those. And it also explains the types of data that will be gathered as it relates to traffic or schools, land use, etc. And it explains how that data will be gathered and how it's going to be analyzed in the environmental impact statement. Next slide, please. So this graphic, which you see in the scoping document, shows the projected and potential developments that are expected with the proposed zoning. There are 50 projected development sites. Projected development sites are those sites that are more likely to be affected or influenced by the proposed zoning actions, and because of their size, of their context, and their setting, are more likely to be developed. But there are also 15 potential development sites, and those potential development sites are sort of backups or secondary to the projected development sites. In the event that a projected site does not fulfill the development program, it is expected that some potential development site may do that. So we analyze both of these in different ways, and I'll explain a little bit about that in the upcoming slides. Next slide, please. And I'll also, as it said on the slide, these are soft sites. Those are the two types of soft sites. The analysis framework is the context in which each of these analytical analyses are performed. And it's you'll see the term reasonable worst case development scenario. That's the projected development that's expected to occur with the rezoning action. There's an analysis year, so it is expected reasonable worst case that this development would proceed and be realized over a 10-year over 10 years, and that's a pretty traditional EIS framework for city zoning actions. There's a no action condition that looks at the changes in the future in the absence of the proposed action. It's expected that they would be limited in residential or affordable housing development, limited commercial growth, and if manufacturing uses may continue to be comprised of a mix of uses within the rezoning area. And as was just described, the with action condition changes that scenario to expand housing production and facilitate mandatory inclusionary housing units, and would enhance flexibility and growth as it relates to commercial and manufacturing uses. As I said on the previous slide, there are 50 projected development sites, 15 potential development sites. And the site selection criteria, the method by which these sites were identified for development and the development that would occur is described in detail in the draft scope of work. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown of the type of development that is expected, and there's a table, a summary table like this in the scope of work. It shows the types of land use, the with action scenario 1 and with action scenario 2. There are 2 with action scenarios, and the increments of growth under both of those scenarios in terms of residential square footage, affordable housing, local retail, community centers, and warehouse and auto related uses. So for those who want to see what the growth pattern may be, it's in the increments in the last 2 columns on the right, which is the fundamental element, is the fundamental change that we'll be analyzing in the environmental impact statement. Next slide, please. The draft scope of work has a lot of details on the analytical approaches. For an action of this size, you can imagine that all CEQR elements or those that are found in the CEQR technical manual will be analyzed. Some of the principal or prime issues that'll be the real that'll go into more detail and probably be a little lengthier in terms of their content in the EIS are land use, zoning, and public policy. And I'll add to public policy the waterfront revitalization program, since there are a number of sites that front are within the coastal zone, both along the water's edge and inland as it relates to drainage and drainage management issues. Socioeconomic conditions will look at demographic changes and population shifts that may result from the rezoning, community facilities and services. A primary focus on schools, but we'll also be looking at daycare and other facilities and services that are provided within the area or may be needed as a result of the added population. Open space and the effects on open space, and it will identify the need, if any, for additional open spaces and recreation as a result of the growth of population. Shadows and shadow sweeps and how shadows may affect historic buildings or open spaces and parks. Historic and cultural resources will inventory all the historic buildings and see how they may be directly affected or indirectly affected if they're adjacent to a development site. And cultural resources refers to archaeological resources. We typically get a list of sites that are sensitive from the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and we do what's called a Phase 1A on those sites. Urban design and visual resources will provide a number of will provide imagery on what view corridors may be affected and what they may look like in the no action condition and how that may change with the proposed action. Hazardous materials will be based on the existing site conditions and what remediation may be necessary during construction or post-construction to address any residual materials from historic industrial uses, either in the ground or the water. Water and sewer infrastructure will be doing a lot of coordination with DEP on the effects on the water supply and also the sewer system and combined sewer overflows and how the new developments would need to comply with DEP obligations with respect to site drainage. Solid waste and sanitation services and energy will look at the demands added to solid waste, the needs for recycling and energy demands. Transportation will be a major focus in conjunction with air quality will be a major focus of this analysis, looking at many intersections in the area, both from the perspective of vehicle flow, but also pedestrian flow. And then corresponding to that, there'll be an analysis of air quality as it relates to emissions from vehicles and also stationary sources from new heating systems and or the effects of existing heating systems on new and proposed buildings. Greenhouse gas emissions will summarize and describe the obligations of each of these proposed developments in the future over the next 10 years with respect to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and the effects on climate change. Noise will look at ambient noise and the effects that noise may have or the requirements that may come out of that investigation of existing noise levels and how window and wall attenuation may be necessary to ensure interior noise levels are within acceptable standards. And then there's summary chapters that look at public health and neighborhood character. That's a compilation of the work with respect to environment and also changes in land use and looking at how that may affect in neighborhood character. And we'll have a construction analysis that will look at the build out of these sites individually and collectively and how that may occur over the 10 years and what the increments may mean in terms of local traffic, air, and noise issues as sites get built. The outcome of all this work is mitigation. To the extent that each of these or any of these has any impacts, mitigation is an obligation of the CEQR process that'll be described. In the EIS, what the alternatives may be to the proposed action, and the required alternative is a no action, assuming no zoning changes are proposed. And to the extent that we identify impacts or any unmitigated impacts, it is required under CEQR to describe what a no impact scenario may look like and what a no unmitigated impact scenario may look like or alternative. And those would be alternatives that reduce or eliminate the impacts through alternative development programs. There are some summary chapters also that go with the EIS. Those are listed here. But the most important one is probably the unavoidable adverse impacts, where you will find what impacts may be unavoidable as a result of the project or the proposed action. Next slide, please. With that, I'll return or hand it over to Stephanie to give the final summation.
Great. Thank you, Bob and Colin, for that detailed presentation. We will now move on to part 2 of the meeting, at which point we will receive testimony from elected officials, folks speaking on behalf of the local community boards and government agencies. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called and you'll be promoted to panelist. This will allow you to unmute your microphone and the ability to turn on your camera if you wish. There will be a short period that it appears you're no longer in the meeting. Don't be alarmed. You will automatically rejoin the Zoom as a panelist. If anyone experiences technical issues that prevent you from being promoted or from sharing your testimony, we'll pause, try to troubleshoot in the background to ensure that we can hear your testimony and move on to our next speaker, coming back to you when we've resolved our technical issues. If this happens or if you have any technical difficulties, please do visit the how-to guides on the NYC Engage webpage for assistance. We also have a dial-in hotline for assistance. Folks can call 877-853-5247. And when prompted for a meeting ID, dial the number at the bottom of the screen, 618-237-7396. When prompted for a password, dial 1. This concludes our instruction. So now we will move on to our registered speakers in this first group, starting with Councilmember Julie Wan. We will promote you to panelist at this time, and you'll be invited to provide your testimony.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you so much for that presentation to DCP. Good afternoon, my name is Julie Wan. I currently represent Long Island City and Sunnyside, Woodside, Long Island City, and Astoria, but I represent for the city the entirety of the one LIC study area and the context area. Today, I'll be providing comments to the draft scope of work and the investments needed for the plan to achieve its goals. But before I begin, I want to put on the record that I am displeased that the Department of City Planning did not schedule this hearing for September, despite numerous requests from myself, the community board, community groups, as well as the overlapping elected officials. The Long Island City and I want to make sure that our community has continued to be notified that there is an extension for written testimony in the case that they cannot join remotely from now until September 13th. And we'll be working with the community to make sure that their input is heard. The Long Island City Annabelle Basin waterfront has been the site of multiple development proposals that have not come to fruition. Previously completed rezonings have transformed the neighborhood by bringing almost 23,000 new housing units, but very few of it has been for working class New Yorkers. What we just heard in this presentation is that from 2010 to 2020, Long Island City's population increased by 43.7%, which is higher than the rest of New York City, which was on average about 7.7. And out of those 20,000 housing units, we only had 15% inclusionary housing. That is extremely problematic, and we're hearing it all the time. In addition to knowing that we have more than 30 shelters for currently unhoused community members who need truly affordable housing. So we want to make sure that we put on the record that inadequate public investment has also left old and new residents with a lack of service, amenities, including open space, insufficient school seats, and overburdened sewage and water mains. So I'm not sure what you were referring to for holistic planning or like long-term planning. There has been no long-term planning. We continue to have flooding, we continue to have sewage issues, backflow, we still don't have enough school seats from 3K to middle school seats for all of our community members. We continue to have hundreds of students on wait lists that are fighting for a school in their own neighborhood. That is extremely problematic, and we shouldn't have fought so hard for commitments that were made from previous land use proposals like LIC ramps for the Court Square Public Library, as well as our Court Square Elementary School that is now K-8, and the other Parcel C elementary school that was promised to us very long ago, and we're still waiting for the Verdon Boulevard Middle School. And at the same time, many New Yorkers, especially families and young children, continue to leave our city and our housing because our housing and childcare costs are too high. We're hearing this every single week from our constituents who are asking us how to remain in the neighborhood. Many of those who remain are rent burdened, and we continue to see that they are struggling to pay for basic expenses. On top of all of this, our neighborhoods, especially our waterfront areas, are under threat of climate change and need deep investments for future planning for resiliency. It is clear that these problems will not be solved from piecemeal divisive private development ULURPs, which is why we have, in partnership with DCP and the Mayor's Office and City Council, have launched one LIC neighborhood planning process so that we can continue to identify, define, and protect important existing community resources while also developing a blueprint for equitable and sustainable future growth. Since November, we had 11 public meetings, town halls, large town halls with more than 1,400 attendees, and we've received 4,200 total comments. In the coming months, we will continue to do more outreach to increase the engagement. And in June, DCP released this zoning framework. This zoning framework is a start, but it falls short of addressing our community's many, many needs and the feedback that we have received in these town halls and focus area meetings. The EIS must show the full scope of the community's vision to be realized, and we need to firm up the commitments for millions of dollars upfront for public investment. This proposal could result currently at 16,000 new housing units. However, the reasonable worst case development scenario project is a mix of market rate and only mandatory inclusionary housing, and MIH is not the only kind of affordable housing that we could have in our district. And this will only result in 4,000 affordable housing units. That is not enough. This will compound the existing pattern of unaffordable development in our neighborhood, and in 2023 alone, Community Board 2 was in the top 10 across the city for new housing at market rate, or above 80% AMI, of 969 units. Meanwhile, we only got 3 affordable units below 80% AMI. The vast majority of housing need, as shown by rent burdens, overcrowding, other measures, and the amount of homelessness that we are seeing in our district alone, let alone the whole city at large, is among households with incomes below 50% AMI. New market rate housing will not help these families find sustainable homes. Public land is one area where the city can assert more control and maximize affordability, and the plan needs to commit to 100% affordable housing on public parcels in Annabelle Basin that is truly affordable, which the scoping document does not address. In addition, the city should explore innovative community ownership models, and DCP must also make sure that apartments are truly affordable to working class Queens residents. If the MIH zoning text changes in the coming months to allow us to map option 3, the affordability option on its own, the council needs the ability to do that within scope. Also, the city must ensure that the scope allows for other public parcels, such as those under the Queensboro Bridge, owned by DOT with DSNY property on there, as well as parks land, to be used for new public open spaces and additional housing along Annabelle Basin, like the DOE parking lot land and the DOT parcel that is there as well. The environmental review must study every option and tool available to maximize affordable housing, preservation, and production. Throughout this process, we've heard from property owners and businesses about the need to reimagine the IBZ. While this plan increases density and permits new use in IBZ to foster economic growth, the city must do more to consider long-term viability of the IBZ in the future industrial action plan. The environmental review should consider an extension of the proposal M15A to its south to align with 43rd Avenue, as well as the extension of the proposal M16A to its west to encompass 13th Street. The scope should also include an extension of the southern boundary line from 46th Avenue further south to 46th Road as an M12A/R7A. And overall, our IBZ businesses, small businesses, especially those that employ local people of color and working class folks, have made it clear that we need investments in additional lighting because it is extremely dark there in the IBZ area, as well as sanitation to make sure that there is cleanliness there, to make sure that it is not dirty, as well as other investments for sewage infrastructure and electricity. This plan, and we're seeing a lot of flooding there as well when it rains. This plan must do better to address the needs of thousands of shelter residents, including asylum seekers, and the city must also honor the fair share framework to ensure that our Queensbridge residents are not being overburdened without any additional resources. While zoning changes present an opportunity to build new housing and economic opportunity, they are not a plan. For one LIC to advance, the city must commit to deep investments in our neighborhood. This means investment for our Queensbridge residents, increasing capacity at their PAL daycare center, which it's not just about capacity, but they need capital investments. It's actually dilapidated and completely run down, and that daycare center has raised generations of Queensbridge children, and it needs to be brought back up to a standard that is safe and clean for children. And we should rebuild the larger version of the swimming pool that used to be at Queensbridge Park that has shut down, that Queensbridge residents very, very much loved. We would like to see that come back. Queensbridge residents have also been requesting a dog park at Baby Queensbridge Park. They are asking for their maintenance to be taken care of, upgraded security systems. We'll continue to work with them to make sure that all of the repairs that are supposed to be part of their capital plan for their elevators as well as their intercoms are continuing to be on schedule. And we also need to see an expansion of the NYCHA parking lot. That's what they've been requesting along Baby Queensbridge Park up to 21st Street. So that way they can be completely separated from Queensbridge Baby Park along the Greenway for their parking needs. Additionally, we should work with private and public landowners along the waterfront from Con Edison, Silvercup, New York Power Authority, and DOT, as well as everyone else, that's Plexol, Bruce Tillebaum, who are going to be along the waterfront to implement a resilient waterfront access plan to ensure continuous public access from Gantry Park to Queensbridge Park. Completing the long promised Vernon Boulevard Middle School, as well as citing 3 new schools at minimum for K-8 schools to accommodate growth, as well as accommodate the already existing growth because of those who are in wait lists already to go to school in their neighborhoods. We have to support the existing and build new 3K and pre-K locations so that parents have spots in their own neighborhood as well for early childhood education. We need new street designs and corridors that protect people from walking, biking, and taking the bus. We should work with LaGuardia Community College, nonprofit organizations, and labor unions for job training and workforce development as this development takes place. Invest in infrastructure to handle frequent flooding and sewage problems during heavy rainfall and mitigate these impacts of climate change, especially along the waterfront. And as we talked about for green spaces, we want to see expansions all underneath the Queensboro Bridge for DOT land to become public green space, as well as the ramps for public green space as well. And we want to make sure that we are all working together to have all these needs met. And we have a tremendous opportunity to meet our neighborhood's most pressing needs through this comprehensive planning process. However, we have to continue to participate and shaping this plan. We have a long way to go, and I know that we are going to have many more public hearings as well as another town hall and focus area meetings. So I thank you all for continuing to stay engaged as we continue to hold more meetings and more engagement to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Very thankful for your testimony, and please, of course, feel free to submit written comments so we can make sure we have all of your notes for the record. Our next speaker in this group is Senator Kristen Gonzalez. Senator, we will promote you to panelist in just a moment, and you'll be able to provide your testimony.
All right. Are you able to hear and see me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Kristen Gonzalez. I'm the state senator here. I will be speaking on behalf of Long Island City as an elected representative, but also as a resident that lives right by Queensboro Plaza. So I wanted to start just by thanking you for the presentation, certainly thanking Councilmember Wan for her comments as well. Certainly echo a lot of the concerns around deep underinvestment in this community and a need for comprehensive planning. I'll also follow up with this in the form of a letter so you have my written testimony. But speaking as a representative of Long Island City to advocate for robust community input and emphasize the critical need for comprehensive community planning as we consider the Department of City Planning's Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. Long Island City has been one of the fastest growing neighborhoods in New York City over the last decade. The residents supporting this dynamic community deserve to meaningfully participate in decisions that will deeply impact the future for Long Island City for decades to come. The Long Island City Neighborhood Plan must be scrutinized for its profound implications on our community. Long Island City is already grappling with serious deficits in open space and resiliency. These problems will only worsen with additional development unless addressed comprehensively. Once the scoping process begins, making substantive changes becomes increasingly difficult. Therefore, it is imperative to address these concerns now. The Environmental Assessment and Review Division's positive found that these proposed actions have potential adverse impacts on open space, water and sewer infrastructure, traffic and public transportation, natural resources, air quality, and more. This area is already suffering serious consequences from overdevelopment, and it is essential to ensure that any development in this area benefits the community and addresses existing deficits. That's why I'm calling for the inclusion of the maximum amount of deeply affordable housing, essential infrastructure upgrades, and a fully connected, accessible waterfront that includes plentiful green space and climate-resilient shoreline infrastructure. Deeply affordable housing doesn't have to come at the expense of providing the highest quality of life for residents. That includes lived workspaces for artists, street safety redesigns, MTA upgrades, new schools, and community services. A truly comprehensive development plan for Long Island City must balance the neighborhood's needs for open space, climate-resilient infrastructure, and should focus on creating a continuous waterfront park space from Queensbridge to Hunters Point. Furthermore, we urge you to consider the timing of the scoping meeting. Holding such an important meeting in the middle of the summer, when many community members are unavailable, undermines the transparency of this process. We request that the comment period be extended past September 13th, 2024, to allow broader participation and more meaningful community input. I want to again thank you for your attention to these critical issues, and certainly highlight that we've received a lot of input from community members to our office, especially on that last point around moving the meeting date, to allow for more community input. And I also wanted to add that based on this presentation, we are certainly concerned about 50 potential development sites, if not more. I think that's a significant number that is new and will be new for the community. And speaking as a state level elected, one issue that we've been trying to pursue at the state level is the effect of increased flooding and flooding exacerbation when there are a significant increase of towers in any given area because of stormwater runoff. So I know I mentioned a resilient waterfront and several times mentioned climate infrastructure, but even if we do, and we should certainly invest in that infrastructure, if we're looking at 50 new sites, any infrastructure we implement before those sites are built are not going to account for the environmental impacts post being built and being part of this community. So I'm certainly looking to collaborate with all of you, certainly looking to increase community input around these concerns, and looking forward to really a plan that represents many of the needs that both myself and Councilmember Wan have highlighted today. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your testimony. And of course, we welcome written testimony. Thank you for being here. Our next speaker is Daniel Wiley on behalf of Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez. Dan, you will be promoted to panelist in just a moment to provide the Congresswoman's testimony. Are we able to promote Dan to panelist? Appears so. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Dan Wiley, District Director in the area for Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez. Long Island City is a new area. Oh, I'm muted?
We
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I was getting other information. Long Island City is a new area for Congresswoman Velázquez. She represents Sunnyside, Long Island City, Hunters Point, and also parts of North Brooklyn and beyond. I'm giving these comments on behalf of Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez, and it's unfortunate that we're doing this hearing in the middle of August, as you've heard, but here we are. There are a lot of needs, obviously, in Long Island City, from truly affordable housing to infrastructure, both physical and social. Previous development has created issues in the neighborhood and rents remain unaffordable. Comprehensive planning, as opposed to spot zoning and one-offs, as we've heard from the councilwoman, would be our comprehensive planning, as opposed to spot zoning, would be our best chance to leverage the maximum in community benefits. So Congresswoman Velasquez wanted to recognize the efforts of Councilwoman Julie Wan in initiating this neighborhood planning process. Goals are important, and the Congresswoman supports the goals of creating an integrated neighborhood with affordable housing that's equitable, but it is vitally important that it is truly affordable, safe, and that we do it right. We need to ensure that any action taken that the city delivers. We need to maximize affordable housing beyond the minimum required under the mandatory inclusionary housing program. We must not displace residents or cultural institutions and businesses, but rather grow deeply affordable housing and affordable maker and cultural space, and better support businesses in the industrial business zones. New York City's infrastructure is not where it needs to be to withstand climate change. Tragically, we saw this again and again with repeated storms. High density residential development can put more pressure on old sewers, risking overflow contamination and spillover effects. While the unified stormwater rule is a good step for new development, we must also take into account sanitary flows, black water, to ensure that development does not increase combined sewer overflows in surrounding areas. The city must comprehensively study the sewer system, drainage and hydrology, and implement tools to solve current problems and guarantee that new development does not add to them. I want to recognize the efforts of the Department of Environmental Protection with this long-term control plan, but we have to do more now to mitigate any impacts. We must balance development with resiliency efforts on the waterfront as well, and create access and public open space. We need a connected waterfront, and many agencies must work together, from the city to the state and the Fed, particularly in this case, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Social infrastructure is also vitally important, and we need schools, including 3K and pre-K seats, and we need investments in existing housing, such as at the Queensbridge houses, and we've heard a number of items from Councilwoman Julie Wan. It's important that we get physical and social infrastructure commitments upfront and an enforcement mechanism ahead of any proposed rezoning. For instance, we've seen in Brooklyn at Gowanus the creation of a task force with a funded facilitator and members of the community to hold the city and all parties accountable for any commitments made through that rezoning process. Also, historic resources is vitally important that they should be protected and preserved. What needs to be protected and preserved needs to be identified and designated ahead of rezoning actions. The Congresswoman would also like to recognize community desires for the Department of Education building to house the Queensboro People's Space. In Queens, we need to preserve not only the culture of Long Island City, but create communal space for services. The DOE building, as reimagined and a transformed space, would create new jobs and allow small businesses, working artists to remain and thrive in Long Island City. An RFP for the building as part of the process opens on opportunity, and the Congresswoman believes the Queensboro People's Space would open many cultural and educational opportunities for the community to increase access to NYCHA tenants, immigrants, and low-income residents who have been historically shut out of economic development. This can be done, but we need cooperation from the city and its agencies to commit public land to nonprofit development to the extent possible. The Congresswoman has raised this issue with city leaders and will continue to work toward this goal. The city also needs to do more to ensure responsible development. And many of these sites may be contaminated, and there needs to be full assessments done ahead of development. This is an issue of environmental justice and a sustainable future, and the Congresswoman would not support rezoning without stronger commitments. I want to thank you for your consideration of these issues on behalf of Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to you and the Congresswoman for the thoughtful testimony. We will move to our next speaker, who is also speaking on behalf of an elected official, Eliana Bisgard-Church, on behalf of Assembly Member Zoran Mamdani. Eliana, you'll be promoted to panelist in just a moment to provide your testimony on behalf of the Assembly Member.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you so much for the presentation and to all those here. I'm Elle Biscard-Church. I'm Chief of Staff for Assembly Member Zoran Mamdani. We represent the 36th Assembly District, including Astoria and Long Island City. And regrettably, Zoran is out of office this week, but we just want to briefly state our main priorities for moving forward and really echo many of the calls we've heard, especially from Senator Gonzalez just now. It must include the maximum amount of deeply affordable housing. It must include commitments to improve infrastructure and public space, especially with regard to resiliency. And it must include a continuous, equitably accessible waterfront, particularly for our neighbors at Queensbridge houses, that is also designed for climate resiliency and the coastal flooding facing Long Island City. We're calling for these criteria to be met as we engage further in this process. As I said, we're keeping it brief for now, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for you and the Assembly Member for the testimony. If there's any written testimony that you'd like us to consider, please do send that along. Our next speaker is Catherine Demby, who is a staff of Senator Gonzalez. So we will skip this speaker unless, or if this person is providing testimony on their own behalf, we will come back to this speaker. All right. This brings us to the end of the part 2 of the meeting, where we're hearing from elected officials, government agencies, and folks speaking on behalf of the local community board. And we will now proceed to part 3 of the scoping meeting, where members of the general public are going to be invited to speak for up to 3 minutes in the order in which they registered through our NYC Engage portal. A 3-minute time tracker will start when you begin your testimony. So I'll ask our production team to go ahead to our timer. Perfect. Thank you. Again, just as a reminder, when it's your turn to speak, your name will be called and you'll be promoted to panelist. This allows you to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera if you wish to do so. It does take a moment and appears that you're no longer in the Zoom, but you will automatically rejoin in the panelist feature to allow you to provide your testimony. After 3 minutes have passed, you will be asked to conclude your remarks. We have many speakers signed up, and so we do want to make sure to be respectful of everyone's time and to allow everyone the opportunity to speak. Again, if anyone does have technical issues, we'll try to troubleshoot in the background and reach out to you to resolve any technical issues. All right. We will now move to our registered speakers, again, in the order in which they've registered. So our first speaker in this group is going to be Andrew Ebenstein. Andrew, you will be our next speaker. We'll promote you to panelist and hear your testimony. Hi, welcome. Hi.
Hi, thank you. Andrew Ebenstein. Our company is a local property owner in Long Island City and in the in the scope area. We've also run an industrial business in the neighborhood for over 80 years. And we just wanted to commend DCP for undertaking the comprehensive plan. It's been sort of an overlooked area, the 44th Drive, 45th Road, 46th Road area, and we find it important that the rezoning as proposed would make that area a mixed-use zone connecting the Court Square and Queens Plaza neighborhoods with the waterfront. We feel that the IBZ and the retention of industrial businesses there and the upzoning of the industrial area was also very important. It's always a balancing act with divergent interests, and we find the overall plan does a commendable job mixing the interests of the residents, the businesses, and the property owners in the neighborhood. So we just want to register our support, and we look forward to the plan moving forward.
Great, thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for being here today. Our next speaker is Angel Hart, registered as Angel Hart, but also appears to be on behalf of Laura Rothrock. Laura, we will promote you to panelist in just a moment to provide testimony. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry, my camera is not working, but I'm gonna go. Good afternoon. I'm Laura Rothrock, president of the Long Island City Partnership. The Long Island City Partnership champions economic development efforts that benefit the neighborhood. We work to attract new businesses to LIC, retain those already here, engage residents and visitors, and promote a vibrant mixed-use community. We also manage the LIC Business Improvement District and the Industrial Business Zone, the IBZ, providing business services and assistance. We applaud the efforts of the New York City Department of Planning and Council Member One for bringing attention to the rapidly changing neighborhood through the One LIC neighborhood plan. Our community has consistently advocated for improvements in sanitation, open space, sewer systems, transportation, and police presence. These upgrades are essential to ensure our streets, green spaces, and public realm are safe and walkable. The plan's objectives to create new housing, generate job opportunities, and enhance the mixed-use character of our neighborhood will attract much-needed investments in infrastructure and transportation to LIC. While we support most aspects of the draft plan, we see an opportunity to better connect the IBZ to the rest of the neighborhood. The IBZ is between two rapidly growing residential neighborhoods, the Waterfront and Court Square, and adjacent to two NYCHA campuses that have lacked many amenities. Businesses here have naturally progressed to complement residential uses. However, the M zone designation creates a barrier cutting off Court Square from the waterfront. We continue to hear from local businesses and residents that they bypass local establishments. Many of the people bypass local establishments and jump on the subway into Manhattan out of convenience. We hear from employers that they have trouble retaining staff who are concerned about walking to the subway in the IBZ, which is dimly lit and not pedestrian friendly. The LICP shares concerns about job preservation and business retention. We propose residential uses in the IBZ with a mandatory industrial commercial FAR for each site to ensure that these businesses can remain. Not all IBZs should be viewed uniformly, and local nuances matter. There's an opportunity to create much needed housing where the local businesses can thrive. The assumption that industrial uses can't coexist with residential is outdated, and by allowing a truly mixed-use zone, the city can meet the demand for the community-oriented, walkable lifestyle while preserving existing businesses and enhancing public safety and creating much-needed housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for your participation today. Our next speaker is Rayhan Hassan. Rayhan Hassan will promote you to panelist in just a moment to provide your testimony. Following Rayhan will be Jessica Secrist and Hera Javide. Rayhan Hassan, if you are being promoted to panelist, please accept when that happens so that we're able to allow you to provide your testimony. We'll wait just a moment before we move on to our next speaker. All right, there we go.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you
Hi,
for
welcome.
Hey. So I'm talking on myself. So I have been living in this area for last 8 to 10 years with my parents, both my parents, sister, and my wife. So we have a pretty big family. And I believe it is very important for us to have like more large building with more 3-bedroom apartments because we don't have that much 3-bedroom apartment in our area. And also it is very important to have more walkable street and with number of block street because the our neighborhood area is not that much walkable. And also for a big family and have kids in our family, we need more pre-K and middle school, high school in our neighborhood. Yes, that's my thoughts.
Great, thank you. Thanks for being here and providing your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Secrist, followed by Hera Javide, followed by Ted Gruber. Jessica Secrist, you'll be promoted to panelist in just a moment and able to provide your testimony.
Hi, I'm Jessica Secrist, Executive Director of the Hunters Point Parks Conservancy and a Long Island City resident. As the neighborhood's primary parks group, our mission is to support and advocate for the green spaces and waterfront of Long Island City and to ensure the parks remain an indispensable asset to the community. We thank Councilmember Wan and the Department of City Planning for starting a comprehensive community planning initiative rather than approaching individual properties on a case-by-case basis, as the Conservancy feels this is the best and most effective way to both address the neighborhood's current needs as well as plan for its sustainable growth in the decades to come. Our organization can attest to the incredible benefits that have resulted from the 20-plus acres of new waterfront parks that have been built over the past 3 decades. I particularly applaud the efforts of DCP and Councilmember Wan to invest in existing parks and deliver new open spaces along the waterfront and in the core that are high quality, resilient, sustainable, accessible, and designed to meet the needs of an expanding community. In addition, this planning process also provides an opportunity to address the many long-standing infrastructure needs of our neighborhood, ranging from sewers to transportation to school capacity. I encourage particularly the use of green infrastructure approaches in effort to mitigate some of the challenges facing the neighborhood. This includes ensuring waterfront access that extends the resilient design features from Hunters Point South Park to help better protect the waterfront from the effects of climate change. It also includes additions like bioswales and tree pits in the IBZ, which can help mitigate flooding during rain events, lower the impact of urban heat island effect, and make the walk between Queensbridge and other areas of LIC much more welcoming. It is particularly important that increases in hardscape and impermeable surfaces from new developments are balanced with rain mitigation measures, given our archaic sewage system and the increased flooding events we've seen over the last few years. Lastly, we support Long Island City's neighborhood plan's objective to protect existing affordable housing and generate significant new housing, including housing that it serves diverse types of household and family needs. We feel it's essential that new housing is matched by increased green spaces in addition to sewer upgrades and transportation enhancements, as our neighborhood currently ranks near the bottom for green space per capita. We support a focus on affordable housing and feel it's essential that residents in affordable units have access to infrastructure like parks and accessible transportation as a matter of equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for raising these topics and for your testimony. Our next speaker is Hera Javide. We do not see this speaker in the Zoom room. So if you are watching on the YouTube, please join the Zoom via the link that was provided to you via email so that we can hear your testimony. But not seeing Hera Javide in the Zoom, so we will move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ted Gruber. So we'll promote you to panelist and hear your testimony. Ted Gruber will be followed by Carlo Casa, followed by Brendan Goodrich. Ted Gruber, you will be our next speaker. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm Ted Gruber. I chair the Long Island City Community Boathouse. We've been active for 20 years now. You may have seen our yellow kayaks going up and down the river at Hallett's Cove. We had done it in Annabelle Basin until the seawall started to cause trouble. What we need, we hear a lot about equitable access to the waterfront. What that seems to mean is access to the fence separating us from the waterfront. There's a shortage of places to put boats in and take them out of the water. There's a nice one at Hallett's Cove by Socrates Sculpture Park. There's a new one on Newtown Creek at the end of 2nd Street, but those are 3 miles apart. If you're paddling up and down the East River and lightning breaks out, there's no place else to get off the river. If someone is injured, becomes ill, places to get on and off the water are very scarce. We need more of that. And any waterfront development should consider that. People still think it's unusual that we're kayaking, but the Native Americans were doing it before Henry Hudson got here. The water had been polluted, but in recent decades, it's come a long way. It's cleaner than it's been in 100 years. We're one of at least 20 community boathouses citywide, and there are even 5 organizations running numerous swimming events in the East River, Hudson River. There's a swim around Manhattan Island, which happens quite often, escorted by a kayaker and escorted by a motorboat. In fact, our group is planning a nighttime circumnavigation of Manhattan Island this coming Saturday. We'll land in 3 different places, once in Upper Manhattan, once in Hoboken, once in Brooklyn for our little lunch break. But places to get off the water and on the water are very, very scarce. Human-powered boating is a valuable recreational resource. It provides environmental access, environmental awareness, promotes it, and we need a whole lot more of that. Kayaking, rowing, canoeing, and swimming. I do want to give credit to Plaxall, who has been a very generous landlord to a number of nonprofits, has provided us space to store the boats. And when Annabelle Basin was functioning, we had a beautiful spot to put the boats in and out of the water. We need more of this on any waterfront property that's coming online in the future. So please keep that in mind. I think my time's up.
Great. Thanks so much for your testimony and for participating today. Our next speaker is Carlo Casa, so we'll promote you to panelist at this time. The following speakers will be Brendan Goodrich, followed by Paula Kirby. Carlo Casa, you will be our next speaker. So we'll take a moment while we get this next speaker situated. Hi, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
That's great. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Carlo Casa, the Director of Policy and Research at the New York Building Congress. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The Building Congress represents over 500 constituent organizations and over 250,000 skilled tradespeople and professionals dedicated to the growth and prosperity of our city. We express our strong support for the purpose and need of the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. The neighborhood plan brings with it substantial benefits to the community and is informed by the public from numerous focus meetings and town halls. We applaud DCP's commitment to public feedback and look forward to continued community input in the future. Allowing the construction of 14,000 new mixed-income housing units not only meets the urgent need for affordable housing, but also capitalizes on the tremendous growth Long Island City has witnessed over the past 2 decades. Housing development in Long Island City has already proved an incredible economic success story, and further growth promises to do the same. This plan will create good-paying jobs for New Yorkers and support local businesses. Additionally, the commitment to incorporate mandatory inclusionary housing in these areas ensures that Long Island City will continue to be accessible to a wide range of residents and families at all income levels. We welcome the essential infrastructure and community investments included in this proposal. The updates to the sewer system, century-old roadway network, new schools, new waterfront space, and subway stations are key to supporting a bright and lasting economic future for Long Island City. This is a forward-thinking approach that will use zoning as a tool to enhance the quality of life in Long Island City, create new jobs, bring in new businesses, and promote a thriving, well-connected community. Let's not miss this opportunity to support an even better future for Long Island City and its residents. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks. Thanks for your time and for your testimony. Our next speaker will be Brendan Goodrich, followed by Paula Kirby, followed by Rachel Cohen. Brendan Goodrich, we will promote you to panelist at this time so that you're able to provide your testimony.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. There we go. Hello, my name is Brendan Goodrich, and I'm speaking today on behalf of JetBlue. I'm JetBlue's manager of infrastructure planning and also happen to be a resident of Sunnyside. In 2012, JetBlue moved to this growing, modern, vibrant, and dynamic neighborhood, and we've seen this neighborhood improve dramatically around us. We also renewed our lease in the Brewster building on the north side of Queens Plaza a few years ago, which cemented our support for this amazing neighborhood, which we'll call home for the next decade. JetBlue's decision to place our headquarters in Long Island City not only brings thousands of good-paying jobs to Long Island City, but has also resulted in hundreds of employees residing in very close proximity to our headquarters, making Long Island City, Astoria, and Sunnyside home. It's exceedingly rare for a U.S. airline to put their headquarters and operations center in an urban environment, but as New York's hometown airline, JetBlue would have it no other way. That being said, this urban environment in which we're intentionally residing requires investment, and that investment is most clearly and effectively enabled with new, robust, and clear comprehensive plan. We're particularly excited about a few things. First and foremost, we're really eager to see new Long Island City improve on an active transportation front. To highlight a particular challenge we hope to get away from, I want to talk about how our crew members regularly complain that they are afraid to cross Queens Boulevard in front of our office. We think everyone on this call would agree that it's pretty disgraceful that one of the most vibrant and dense communities in the country is bisected by Queens Boulevard as it exists today. This space has to improve, most importantly for our residents, visitors, and workers who are disabled, elderly, or have small children. No one in the United States should be expected to cross 9 lanes of traffic in a bustling bike lane in order to go from one side of a neighborhood to another. JetBlue would support the plan's continued requirement that active transportation be accommodated with world-class bike, pedestrian, and transit infrastructure. We also want to acknowledge the reality that housing costs in Long Island City are getting extremely high quickly. We're really eager to see more housing created as part of this plan so that Long Island City can effectively house the next generation of New Yorkers in one of the most transit-connected neighborhoods in New York City. The potential for this neighborhood to be one of the most connected, environmentally friendly, modern, and dense neighborhoods on the East Coast isn't lost on organizations like JetBlue. We want our crew members to be able to live here and walk here and bike and take transit to work. And that requires that New York City do a better job building housing to match demand with supply, especially in neighborhoods like Long Island City that can more easily accommodate new density without displacing disadvantaged residents than most neighborhoods. As an urban planner by trade, proud crew member of JetBlue, and resident of the area, I want to emphatically thank the City Planning Commission and Councilmember Julie Wan for their work in this space to ensure appropriate developmental progress can continue, to ensure that the next generation of Long Island City residents and businesses can thrive in this connected, sustainable, vibrant, walkable, bikeable, modern, and diverse neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Our next speaker is Paula Kirby. Paula Kirby, we will promote you to panelist at this time to provide your testimony. Following Paula will be Rachel Cohen and Ejo Wheeler. So Paula, you will be next. For anyone who has not yet registered, please do visit NYC Engage, the upcoming meetings tab, to register to speak.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. So my name is Paula Kirby, and I work at Plaxall, a family business which my grandfather started in the early 1940s here in Long Island City. Over the past 80 plus years, 4 generations of my family have seen incredible change take place in LIC. What was once a purely industrial area of New York City has become a vibrant mixed-use community. Streets that had rarely been walked down now bustle with joggers, moms and dads with babies in strollers, dog walkers, employees heading to work, and children heading to school. An inaccessible and dangerous waterfront was transformed into Gantry State Park and Hunters Point South Park, arguably one of the most beautiful waterfront areas in the city, and a thriving arts community with museums, galleries, and event spaces. As the city DCP and Councilmember Wan contemplate the 54 block area of 1 LIC, even greater things are possible. I applaud the purpose and need of the LIC neighborhood plan, which has the potential to provide approximately 14,000 units of new housing at all income levels, especially now as the city suffers from lack of housing and has only a 1.4% vacancy rate. Acres of new open space and a greenway that will connect Gantry State Park north to Queensbridge Park. Much needed resiliency measures to help protect the wider neighborhood from future flooding and sea level rise, and the investments in infrastructure to support this development: schools, sewer and street infrastructure, community space, open space, and more. At one of the many outreach meetings over the past few months, one comment I heard really stood out. A young woman had applied for affordable housing and was now living in Hunters Point South. She said every day she pinches herself, that it was a dream to live in this amazing community. She was attending the outreach meeting because she wanted more people to be able to have a similar experience of living in LIC and hoped that the neighborhood plan could make that a reality. This plan provides a real opportunity to positively shape the future of our neighborhood. Thoughtful change can provide opportunity, and I believe that this is what this rezoning will achieve. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for your testimony and for being here today. Our next speaker is Rachel Cohen. Rachel Cohen, we will promote you to panelist so that you're able to provide your testimony. Following Rachel, we will hear from Edjo Wheeler and Seth Bornstein.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Cohen. I will be reading the testimony of Peter Papamichael, principal of the Berea Group, and Chris Papamichael, CEO of the Domain Companies. We're sorry that we could not be here in person today. Berea and Domain are active real estate developers in Long Island City. Some of our projects include a mixed-use residential development located at 2-33 50th Avenue, the public pedestrian plaza and surrounding retail and maker spaces at 12th Street, and the renovation of the Metropolitan Building. We're looking forward to partnering with the CUNY Graduate Center and the Graduate Center Foundation to develop the site at 5-01 47th Avenue, which has been a vacant lot and shovel-ready development site for over a decade. In the past, the CUNY and the Graduate Center Foundation, through the state, considered a zoning override to allow for a 12-story residential building at this site. Our current proposal builds on that idea, aiming to create student and faculty housing for CUNY, along with residential housing, including permanently affordable units. We also plan to incorporate publicly accessible open space and neighborhood retail to support the broader goals of the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. We are requesting that the mid-block of block 28 be rezoned to an M1-2A/R7X district and lot 21 to an M1-5A/R8 district, treating this part of 5th Street as a wide street. Our plan balances the need for increased residential and educational facilities with green spaces and affordable housing. By making these changes, we can offer much needed public space enhancing community life and fostering a sense of belonging. We've received enthusiastic support from Queensborough President Donovan Richards and Council Member Julie Wan. CUNY and the Graduate Center Foundation would remain our partner, using net proceeds from the site sale to Berea and Domain to create housing stipends for students and faculty. We welcome further discussion on this proposal and are eager to collaborate to bring these plans to life. Thank you for considering our proposal. We look forward to your feedback and working together on this exciting project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking on behalf of that team.
Of course.
All right. Our next speaker is Edjo Wheeler, followed by Seth Bornstein, followed by Jeff Mulligan. Edjo Wheeler, you will be our next speaker, so we'll promote you to panelist to provide your testimony. Edjo Wheeler, we see you in the panelist tab, so you should be able to unmute yourself at this time.
Got it. Great. Hi, everybody. Thank you for that. Thank you for this time. My name is Edjo Wheeler. I'm the Executive Director of Culture Lab LIC and LICA Board of Directors. What becomes of a neighborhood when its heart, the artists, the creators, the visionaries are pushed out? As we stand on the brink of major changes in LIC, this isn't just a rhetorical question. It's the reality we live in now and face in the future. We hear very little mention about arts and culture when it comes to these plans. Let's change that. The plan being proposed comes with opportunities and many challenges. I can only speak to the arts and culture part, but we've seen it before. Soho, Chelsea, Williamsburg, once thriving artistic hubs now priced out and scattered. We have a unique opportunity to do things differently, to protect what makes Long Island City special while embracing new development. This isn't about choosing between arts and culture, arts and progress. It's about integrating the two. Imagine a future where new developments don't just tolerate artists, but actively support them and see them as an asset, where developers contribute to the cultural fabric of the community they are entering as they irrevocably change it. I need another 2 minutes just to talk about the indisputable economic impact of the arts on a neighborhood. Arts and culture aren't just nice to haves, they're economic drivers that make our community a place where people want to live, work, and play. Yet too often, arts and culture are used to market this area, seen as attractions, but frequently overlooked during the actual planning. Support for the arts in New York is so scarce that they continue to diminish and fade away. We've seen other cities implement percentage for the arts programs where a portion of development budget is dedicated to supporting the arts. It's time for LIC to embrace a similar commitment. The artists of Western Queens need a seat at this decision-making table. When arts and culture are prioritized, everyone benefits. There is no arts organization representing LIC, Western Queens, or even Queens as a whole. This absence means there's no unified voice advocating for the cultural and creative needs of our community. It's not just a loss for the arts, it's a missed opportunity for all of Queens. Without a dedicated advocate, we risk losing the vibrant culture that draws people in, fuels our local economy, and defines the character of our neighborhoods. This lack of representation affects everyone, weakening the cultural and economic fabric of our entire borough. We need to bridge this gap together. So we call on you, city planners, developers, community leaders, and the artists. Let's seize this moment. Let's craft a plan that doesn't just bring new life to LIC, but also preserves and enhances the creative spirit that defines it. Together, we can make LIC a model for how development can coexist with culture, how growth can happen without displacing the very people who make a place worth growing. Let's keep Queens strong, which means supporting the arts. Please build that into this plan. There's a lot of artists that make this neighborhood what it is, and they need your support. We all do. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. Thank you for your testimony and for being here. Our next speaker is Seth Bornstein, so we'll promote this speaker to panelists to provide their testimony. Seth will be followed by Jeff Mulligan and Matt Quigley.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Yes, Guy. I'm Seth Bornstein, Executive Director of the Queens Economic Development Corporation. Our mission has been for 47 years to help create and retain jobs that focus that assist those of low and moderate income, women, minorities, and immigrants especially. We operate a variety of programs directed towards this mission, including the borough's only nonprofit commercial kitchen incubator, Entrepreneur Space, located in Long Island City. As an economic development professional for over 40 years, I remember Long Island City in the 70s and 80s with the nascent development in that era that included the what was formerly called the Citibank Tower, Queens West, and the waterfront parks. All of that led to what we have today, one of the strongest and most desirable neighborhoods in New York City. Done properly, this plan can tie together the many neighborhoods that comprise Long Island City. The most important elements are housing, small business, recreation, and infrastructure. Affordable housing is the greatest need. We appreciate Councilwoman Wan making it a priority. Apartments need to be designed for families of every size and income group. The exact will increase the stability of the community. As the Queens EDC is focused on small businesses, we want to make sure the development will ensure space for entrepreneurs. Our innovation, creative, and tech industries are growing, but they need to be nurtured. This is a priority. Additionally, locally owned retail and necessary services are vital to make it a real neighborhood, not chain stores. The concept of contiguous waterfront access throughout the city was a dream 40 years ago. Connecting Queensbridge Park to Annabelle Basin will be part of that realization of that dream and bring the community together in a very tangible way. And of course, infrastructure. The more people as more people want to live, work, and play along the city, they must be accommodated. This means upgrades to mass transit, attention to climate control, and all other government services. The Queens EDC looks forward to work with all stakeholders on this important project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your testimony. Our next speaker is Jeff Mulligan. We'll promote you to panelist in just a moment. Jeff Mulligan will be followed by Matt Quigley, who will be followed by Kelly Craig. Jeff Mulligan, you'll be our next speaker. Hi, welcome. You're still muted. If you can unmute your microphone.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Mulligan. I am a planner with the law firm of Kramer Levin. We represent the owners of 4540 Vernon Boulevard in Long Island City. We're testifying today to requests that our property be included within the proposed rezoning area. The property, block 26, lot 4, is an L-shaped parcel with frontage on both Vernon Boulevard and 46th Avenue. It is the only property fronting on Annabelle Basin that, outside of Queens West, is not included within the proposed rezoning area. As the department is aware, we obtained a zoning variance in March 2023 to construct a residential building with ground floor retail on the property. The development includes the reuse of the Paragon Paint Building that fronts on Vernon Boulevard. We're proceeding with the development of the variance building, and in fact, we're on a very expedited construction timeline so that we can complete the building in order to qualify for the tangible tax credits of the state's brownfield cleanup program. The property is the former site of the Paragon Paint Factory, and the property was remediated pursuant to the brownfield program with a certificate of completion issued in 2018. Despite the fact that we fully expect to complete the variance building, we think the site should nonetheless be included in the rezoning area in the event that some unforeseen problem arises that prevents construction of the property currently underway. This is not at all anticipated, but unforeseen issues can arise on large, complex construction projects in New York City. And if construction does not occur as anticipated, the property as currently proposed in the rezoning would remain M14, which would not allow for residential use and could result in development that is incompatible with the city's vision for the area or result in an extended period of vacancy at the property. But if the property is included in the rezoning and the variance building is not constructed for some unforeseen reason, a new development would have to fully comply with the city's rezoning. We do not see a downside from the city's perspective in including the site within the rezoning area. In fact, including the property within the proposed M1 R9 zoning district that is proposed for all other sites with frontage on it on Annabelle Basin would also allow for a much more consistent zoning map as opposed to the current proposal where the M14 designation would be an anomaly. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the scoping document, and we look forward to working with city planning on the proposal.
Thanks for your testimony and for raising this. Our next speaker is Matt Quigley. So you'll be promoted to panelist so that you're able to provide your testimony. Matt Quigley will be followed by Kelly Craig, followed by Patrick Smith. Matt Quigley, you should be able to unmute your microphone to provide your testimony at this time. If someone in our back of house is able to unmute our next speaker, Matt Quigley.
Can you hear me now?
Hi there. Yes, welcome.
All right. Sorry about that. I'm Matt Quigley with Plaxall, and my cousin spoke before, so I'll be quick, but really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this. One thing about the scoping process that seems to me could be improved is that there's rightfully a lot of review of the negative impacts of the proposed development, but I think there is sort of a more attention should be paid to the negative impacts of not going forward with a rezoning like this one, such as if you don't build this, if you don't rezone it and allow for this building to be made, for the building to take place, it's gonna continue to cause a lack of additional housing and continue to press up rents. Also, the not building additional workspace is going to have a negative impact on businesses and creators, and the lack of accessible access to the waterfront is going to impact the quality of life for residents here. And lastly, the lack of additional space for community facilities such as schools and rec centers will also negatively impact the quality of life for residents. So I think there should be some more more study on the negative impacts of keeping things as they are. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for that thought. Our next speaker will be Kelly Craig. So Kelly Craig, we will promote you to panelist and you'll be able to provide your testimony. Following Kelly will be Patrick Smith, who will be followed by Bishop Mitchell Taylor.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
You're a little quiet, but we can hear you.
Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay. Hi, my name is Kelly Craig, and I have proudly called the Long Island City waterfront home for the past 13 years. I have a son going into 6th grade that has been born and raised here. He took his first steps in Gantry State Park. This is our home. Although I am speaking as a longtime resident, today in a personal capacity, organizations that I am part of have already submitted written statements as part of this process. 95% of the area we are discussing is zoned to PSIS 78, which is home to 800 pre-K through 8th grade students and families. I am the longtime PTA president for PSIS 78 and will also be once again this coming school year that starts next month. I also serve as chair of the school leadership team, 100% of the encompassing school board area we are discussing today is inclusive of D30 CEC, for which I am vice president. I'm also on the board of Hunters Point Parks Conservancy, so I feel confident that what I'm saying today, I have a strong connection to the community and have spoken to many families. I would like to express our strong support for the need of the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. I am thrilled that DCP has proposed multiple new schools as part of the LIC Neighborhood Plan, creating additional school capacity and giving LIC families confidence that their children will have the opportunity to stay in our neighborhood as they continue to grow and thrive. At the beginning of the speaking session, we had elected officials making statements regarding schools and children. I can tell you that Councilmember Julie Wan is the only elected that has spoken today that has actually invested in the children at our school. Without her support and commitment, we wouldn't be able to financially do and provide half the programs that we have at our school and to these children that we are discussing today. I look forward to State Senate, State Assembly, and Congress also investing in a tangible way for these children and not just using words. I support DCP's proposal to add approximately 14,000 units of new mixed income housing to this neighborhood. In particular, we applaud the city's decision to map LIC for mandatory inclusionary housing, as this will help broaden the range of residents, in particular young and growing families who will have an opportunity to live here. As parents, we think our current waterfront parks are an amazing benefit to life in LIC. Adding 7 to 9 acres of new waterfront open space would be wonderful, not just for the parents of today, but for future families of Long Island City. We also look forward to a greenway that will connect Gantry Plaza State Park to Queensbridge Park. We are encouraged by DCP's inclusion of major infrastructure upgrades like sewers and the subway. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony and for participating today. Our next speaker is Patrick Smith. Patrick Smith does not appear to be in the Zoom room. So Patrick Smith, if you're watching on YouTube, please click over to the Zoom invite that you would have received in your email. We will move to our next speaker, which is Bishop Mitchell Taylor. Bishop Taylor will be followed by Mandana Limbert, who will be followed by Jubair Salim. Bishop Taylor, you'll be our next speaker. Hi, welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Bishop Mitchell Taylor. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Urban Upbound, a nonprofit organization that was developed to break cycles of poverty in public housing neighborhoods in New York City. Our headquarters is in Queensbridge, and I want to thank Councilmember Julie Wan and all of the elected officials that echo the sentiments of affordable housing and recognizing how important Queensbridge Houses is to our neighborhood. And so before I read my testimony, I just want to say that I am testifying on behalf of expanding the study, similar to what Jeff Mulligan said about his properties that he's concerned about that's just outside of the scope. And to echo the sentiments of everyone that spoke about Queensbridge Houses, for the last 20 years, we have been serving residents and making sure that we can create economic opportunities for them and then connect them to the greater Long Island City neighborhood. But if this study remains the way it is, drawn now, stopping at Queensbridge Houses, it's actually redlining our community, and they drew the line in a red line. And so what we're asking, and we submitted this as well, and we can submit it again, is that you expand the study from 40th Avenue to 37th Avenue, from 21st Street to Vernon Boulevard, which is ripe for residential development and the enhancement of light manufacturing and industrial usage. This has been done in many areas around the country and internationally, a model that works. And with the few light manufacturers that we have left in this area that I'm speaking about, I think this would be a tremendous opportunity to create at least 10,000 units of next level affordable housing for residents that live in Queensbridge Houses, teachers, custodians, FDNY, NYPD, all of which can use affordable housing. And so I'm advocating that we expand the lines of this study to include 40th Avenue to 37th Avenue from 21st Street to Vernon Boulevard. It sits between two large residential developments, so it's already residential. It's close to transportation hubs and everything else. It's right for it. This is an area that was zoned an IBZ and thought that it's a holy grail, it can't be touched. I'm not asking to touch it. I'm asking to expand the study so we can look at options to enhance it and to accommodate residential development. And I got 7 minutes left, 6 minutes, 6 seconds left. I want to thank everyone for chiming in on this and recognizing how important the residents of Queensbridge houses are to New York City. Thank you so much. I will submit this testimony.
Great, and we will reach out if we do not receive it. Thank you, Bishop Taylor. Our next speakers will be Mandana Limbert, followed by Jubair Salim, followed by Maeve Ives.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So my name is Mandana Limbert. I have been a resident of Port Square with my husband and 2 children since 2011. We've been pretty happy and, to be sure, have appreciated some of the changes around us, though it's also always a struggle to get some of the most basic services, from garbage cleanup to flooding to sewage, not to mention dangerous no-site roads, all of which have gotten significantly worse in the last 7 to 10 years. The 108th is always overwhelmed and can't respond to basic resident complaints. On the ground, as a resident raising her family, I can tell you what I see. And what I see or feel is a developer land grab, or the Wild West, enabled by a series of gifts from the city, with little return to the public, especially with regards to open space and trees. How can we forget the Walcott 5-point deal or the Lions Group DOT exchange for the ramps project from almost 10 years ago that has yet to materialize? But there's so much more. Those high rises and all of those along Jackson Avenue and Queens Plaza have made it nearly impossible for our few measly trees to grow. In fact, I'd like to say something about those trees and the light and the air and the open space that they and we as humans obviously need. Unfortunately, despite the presentations and the supposed shared goals, when we look at the proposals, the shared goals are not met. In particular, instead, we see a dearth of open spaces and instead see 50 new high-rises, no open spaces, and 50 high-rises. This proposal by the DCP ignores the city's own projections and plans for a climate-friendly future that recognizes how green spaces, open spaces, trees are critical to help mitigate against severe climate change hazards, floods, coastal storm surges, extreme heat, never mind asthma rates. As it is, LIC, despite gantry, is already one of the lowest tree and open space per resident neighborhoods in the entire city. In fact, a recent city map pinpointing new trees planted this year is overwhelmingly in Brooklyn. I'm not sure what happened in Queens and in Long Island City, but I do know that it's only gotten worse. My neighbors can point out that if you look carefully, the DCP proposal is turning what could be a real climate resilient park along the East River into a narrow walkway, reversing and countering the city's own recommendations for flood prevention. I'd like to look at 44th Drive and interior space. In fact, there you could sustain many more trees and help us achieve that 30% canopy as Adams proposed, while also expanding residential opportunity. By extending high rises, this does the opposite of our environmental resilience. To achieve residential opportunity and climate resiliency, we should be looking at higher residential, high density, but low rise neighborhoods like Astoria, Sunnyside, and Brooklyn. Instead, we want trees in Queens.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your testimony and for being here today. We appreciate it. Our next speaker is Jubair Salim. I will promote you to panelist so that you're able to provide your testimony. Jubair will be followed by Maeve Ives, followed by Shibber Khan.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you, Ms. Shalou. I'm Jabir. My wife and I were born, raised, and are now parents of the next generation of Long Island City children. In order to maximize the best outcomes of the zoning effort, I'd like to review a few short items I'd like to see happen. First is we need to build as much housing as physically possible and encourage larger apartments in which we can raise our families. The apartments in LIC are a little too small. It's impossible to find livable 2 to 3 bedroom apartments. There has to be a way to incentivize developers to build larger multi-bedroom options. Also, we should encourage as much apartment units as possible. We can see not building enough really pushes rent higher and higher. The only people who really benefit are existing landlords from this situation. We should not shy away from maximizing the zoning as much as possible to even go beyond the 12 FAR, the zoning scope cited. I believe the mayor proposed this in City of Yes policy. Second, we must build schools at all grade levels with proper lunchrooms and gyms. I remember when I was little, we had to rush our lunch and eat quickly because they had to change it to a gym. Our classrooms currently are way too crowded. My wife and I currently we're finding it really hard to find a spot for our son now. Schools should have classes along with proper space for nutrition and physical activity for healthy kids. Third, to make LIC a walkable, livable neighborhood, we really need more street activation with local retail and supermarkets. What we don't need are more street-facing parking facilities and other parking infrastructure. And also with rising costs, we desperately need access to affordable groceries. As part of street activation, we should create space for affordable supermarkets, and there should be incentives for builders to integrate these into their developments. I believe the city's Fresh program may address this. Lastly, LIC has fantastic transportation options, and I want to live here in this area, and residents like me want to continue living here. But to do that, we need to maximize housing density. It needs to be the top priority. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for your time and for your testimony today. Our next speaker will be Maeve Ives, so we'll promote you to panelist now so that you're able to share your testimony. The next speakers will be Shibir Khan and Saifer Rahman. Maeve Ives, you'll be our next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Maeve Ives. I'm representing Barron Property Group, who has owned land in Long Island City for nearly 20 years now. That being said, we care deeply about the neighborhood and our neighbors, and we're really excited about the opportunity created by the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. Long Island City is one of New York's greatest gems. The neighborhood is blessed with incredible diversity of population and business types, creativity that rivals any neighborhood in the world, and wonderful proximity to the water and to every form of transportation. But any visitor to the neighborhood can also see that it's long lacked a coherent land use strategy. Single-family homes abut commercial properties and industrial areas do not blend properly with residential. Further, the neighborhood still has strides that it needs to make to prepare and to protect itself from the impacts of climate change. As a property owner near the waterfront, we see remarkable opportunity to provide the affordable and mixed income housing that New York City so desperately needs, but also a really unique chance to add open space for recreation. And just as importantly, we know that with the proper planning and cutting edge environmental science, we can ensure that any new development makes a more resilient Long Island City. Finally, we'd like to stress just how pleased we are by the comprehensive nature of this planning effort. This process is not simply about bringing a more rational land use policy, but rather it's really an opportunity for all stakeholders to advocate for the resources that will make the most meaningful change in the years to come, improving resiliency, rethinking the best use of publicly owned buildings and spaces, considering what's best for the local businesses that have really stuck with the neighborhood through thick and thin. I think all these things are factors that have been key to us getting to this point. And we're just really grateful to the City Council and the administration's efforts to date, and we strongly support your work to complete the rezoning in line with the neighborhood plan's vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and for your time today. Our next speaker is Shibur Khan. So we'll promote you to panelist so that you can provide your testimony. This speaker will be followed by Cypher Rahman and LaShawn Sugar Ray Marston. Shibur Khan, you are our next speaker. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Stephanie. How are you? Thank you for having me. My name is Shibur Khan. I am a lifelong resident of Long Island City, having gone all the way from elementary school to high school, and now putting my kids through school here in Long Island City. And we're also a real estate development company. But I think there are many good ideas being discussed here. So I'd like to suggest some concepts that may be taken into the environmental impact statement and the CEQR review process that may help us achieve some of the aims and objectives that we're all discussing here. First of all, the mayor proposed the City of Yes initiatives, and I believe city planning is looking at higher zoning districts in downtown Brooklyn, the R11 and R12 zoning districts. We are in an excellent transportation hub. We have the F train, N train, W7, ER, practically the entire alphabet here with some numbers. And I think we should consider possibly increasing the density that we're allowing here. So providing housing, increasing the supply is never a bad thing. And it's always something that we should be looking to do, especially in a case in a neighborhood and an environment where land is a very scarce commodity. Schools have been mentioned many times, and I would like to encourage you guys to maybe use zoning as a tool to help developers and the school construction authority to work together by exempting the zoning floor area used towards a school from the calculation of ZFA. That would help possibly strike better deals with the school construction authority and co-locate schools, especially on the larger lots that you're looking at in your study area. I would encourage us to make all of Long Island City part of the Fresh Zone program as much as possible to encourage supermarkets, and also incorporating that FAR bonus referencing to the R11, R12 districts that we spoke about that I mentioned previously. Adding more base height to the building would possibly lower the height of many buildings. I would encourage that. The other thing is I heard many comments about having larger apartments. One of the tools is city planning could use is possibly encouraging the 2 and 3 bedrooms by exempting the 3rd bedroom from the definition of ZFA. So it encourages developers to provide more 3-bedroom apartments, which I'm sure the entire community could use. I'd like to see more retail-facing street fronts and not limiting the street front to parking and amenity spaces that are residents only. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Thanks for your testimony and for your time. We will move on to our next speaker, Cypher Rahman. You'll be promoted to panelist in just a moment. The following speakers are LaShawn Sugar Ray Marston and Fahim D. We'll wait just a moment to make sure that this participant is able to. Hi, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you very much for giving me a chance. My name is MD Cypher Rahman. As a resident of Long Island City for past 6 years, I have witnessed a significant change in your neighborhood. The rapid increase in apartment rents is very concerning in this area. driven by an influx of new residents and shortage of available housing. So to address this and keep living cost manageable, I believe we need to increase our residential density by building more apartments, especially the larger units like 3 bedrooms apartments, which are currently hard to find. I would also like to mention about the future of our community, particularly for the upcoming generations. We should secure the space now for the playgrounds and schools to ensure our children have place to play and learn. Also, the high cost of groceries in this area is another issue. So, affordable supermarket would greatly benefit to our residents. Personally, I would like our neighborhood as a safe, walkable area with charming walk sidewalk cafes, creating a vibrant community atmosphere. So this sense would help balance our neighborhood, I believe, growth with livability, making Long Island City an even better place to call home for people from all walks of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Our next speaker, LaShawn Sugar Ray Marston, does not appear to be in the Zoom. So if you are viewing the YouTube, feel free to join via the link for Zoom. We'll move to our next speaker, Fahim D, will be followed by William Zhu, followed by Vishnu Reddy. Fahim D, you'll be our next speaker, so we'll promote you to panelist in just a moment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right, thanks. I'm just going to read some prepared remarks that I also submitted via email. Good afternoon. I am a current resident of Long Island City and have been for years. I've lived in every corner of this area and have grown to love it. From the diversity to the nightlife to the transit connectivity, there are few places I would rather live than this part of Queens. With that in mind, I hope some of the right policy measures can be put in place to preserve and enhance LIC's positives while avoiding some pitfalls. I am a young person, but quickly becoming less young. I have a serious long-term partner who I want to marry and start a family with. Looking for housing for the two of us was taxing enough, but due to the rent situation, I am genuinely unsure of how we will fare as we start a family. There is not enough housing available, and certainly not enough housing with the space conducive to family living. Please consider some changes to the zoning that allow for 1, construction of the most new housing possible, 2, construction of housing at the highest room count and size possible. I want to put down roots here for the rest of my life, but I have to seriously consider if I can do that in Long Island City. And if I struggle with that thinking as a relatively fortunate young professional, I can only imagine how difficult this question is for people who have been here for decades or generations. Similarly, Long Island City is well served by public transit. So why is there so much dead space right in the middle of this place? Large industrial patches aside, even much of the higher density residential space is dead at the street level. All the public transportation in the world is not worthwhile if the walk off the train is cold and unhospitable. This issue is driving people away from the neighborhood. I cannot count the number of times I have had friends tell me they actively avoid coming to meet me here because of the streetscape. I request that the city add measures to encourage active, walkable streets. 1, prohibit street level parking garages. 2, prohibit car traffic on key commercial arteries. And 3, encourage outdoor dining and outdoor retail. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thanks for those recommendations and for being here today. Our next speaker, William Zhu, will promote you to panelist in just a moment. You'll be able to provide your testimony. William will be followed by Vishnu Reddy, followed by Fanny Chang.
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. And my name is William Zhu. I'm the Vice President of United Construction and Development Group. But today I'm also here as a small business owner of a cafe in the Court Square area that will be opening later this year, as well as a Long Island City resident and a lifetime resident of Queens. I want to give my support to the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan and thank City Planning for all the effort that you guys have put into this plan. I believe the creation of 16,000 new housing units for all income levels will be great for the neighborhood and all of its residents because such a high increase in the supply should ultimately alleviate the rising rent prices. The 50 or so new developments that I saw will also help not only to create new construction jobs, but also permanent jobs through the expansion of retail and commercial spaces in the area. Other elements such as potential schools, more open space, and better activation of its streets will also improve the lives of the people living within the community. I also believe this plan does a great job of connecting areas that are currently not connected, such as Court Square and the waterfront through the activation of 44th Drive, and also Queensbridge and Gantry Park due to the activation of the waterfront. Long Island City is the neighborhood that I chose to settle and start my family in, and also start a small business of my own. And I am truly excited to see the future growth of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for being here today. Our next speaker is Vishnu Eddy. We'll promote you to panelist now. Vishnu Reddy will be followed by Fanny Chang, followed by Memo Salazar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, welcome. Yes.
My name is Vishnu Reddy, and I'm a resident of Sunnyside. I'm here because I'm very excited about the LIC neighborhood plan. I want to express my support for a vision of this plan that prioritizes creating as many income-restricted and market-rate homes as possible to help alleviate our housing shortage and house New Yorkers from all walks of life. While most of the draft scope of work is very encouraging, I was disappointed that there's a large portion of the area north of 44th Road with no exploration of bringing in mixed-use development. I encourage the DCP to explore something like they achieved in the Gowanus rezoning in allowing a mix of manufacturing and residential development on these blocks. I also hope that DCP explores in detail how much housing could be built on city-owned sites along the waterfront, including the possibility of tearing down DOE's dilapidated office building. It's important for the public to understand the financial feasibility of different levels of affordability requirements, and I hope the DCP is able to analyze this and effectively communicate the trade-offs that are involved to the public so everyone understands what is possible with this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for that recommendation and for your time today. Our next speaker is Fanny Chang. We'll promote you to panelist now so that you can provide your testimony. Fanny Chang will be followed by Memo Salazar, followed by Wanda Torrance.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fanny Chang, and I represent Chang Realty Group and SPP Cornerstone at 4233 12th Street and 4238 13th Street. The current proposed LIC1 rezoning casts shadows from our neighbors on our property. The newly proposed elementary school on 23-10 43rd Avenue. The M23 zoning, we can only build up to 95 feet, while my neighbors to the north and to the east can build up to 225 feet. It will definitely cast a shadow. On figure 5 of the proposed plan, we were identified as a projected development. We would like to be zoned the same height as our neighbors. The current zoning rezoning limits SPP Cornerstone. It limits our ability to create more space for businesses and community facilities for our neighbors. Zoning should be equitable and inclusive. We ask city planning to grant the same zoning as our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your recommendations and for your time today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker will be Memo Salazar. We'll promote you to panelist now so that you're able to provide your testimony. The speaker will be followed by Wanda Torrance, to be followed by Laura Wolf Powers.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thanks. Hi, my name is Memo Salazar, and I'm the co-chair of the Western Queens Community Land Trust. There are 4 parcels of public land that are currently planned to be rezoned as mixed use. Since 2019, our group has been working with many stakeholder groups and individuals about repurposing the DOE building at 44th Drive into what we call the Queensboro People's Space. This would address many of the requests that our elected officials have made during the scoping meeting. LIC has given the world some of the greatest art and music contributions in the last 50 years, but not anymore because most of our artists have been priced out. Queensbridge residents live in a food desert. There's no access to healthy food nearby, just fast food joints with cheap, unhealthy food for their families. And immigrant businesses such as food carts and food trucks are a vital part of Queens' identity and economy, but they too have been priced out. Metal shops, wood shops, worker co-ops, all of these industries can no longer afford to live and work in Western Queens. The QPS project would meet all of those needs with deeply affordable rentals below anything that is current in the market. This would be a huge economic boost for LIC, providing real jobs for community members and not the fake kind that Amazon and similar corporations promised. We ask that you remove the current DOE building parcel from that rezoning map. By rezoning this land, you're instantly skyrocketing the value of that land from a public service to an investment commodity for private development. This is both morally unacceptable and financially unsustainable. It would allow the destruction of a 650,000 square foot building that was built during FDR's WPA era. The cost of demolition combined with the cost of relocating the Department of Ed and of new construction will never come close to justifying whatever modicum of affordable housing that could be built there. Furthermore, the previous EIS that was done for LIC 20 years ago allowed for 300 new housing units, but in actuality, we built over 10,000 new units, causing massive infrastructure issues. As you yourselves pointed out in your opening presentation, LIC's population has increased by 44% compared to 8% for NYC. Housing is not what we need here. Giving away the last few remaining public parcels to housing developers is unacceptable. NYC has lost 550,000 residents since April of 2020. During that same time, we've built 102,000 new units of housing. So since 2020, we have space for an extra 850,000 New Yorkers, and yet somehow the vacancy rate hovers around 2%, and the city continues to push a false narrative that we are in a housing crisis. Despite what most of the people on this call may believe, the truth is that more housing will not provide homes for people, but only for wealthy investors looking to park their money. WQCLT supports building new housing, but only actual affordable housing, the kind MIH cannot provide. We especially urge you to keep the public parcel at 44th Drive and Vernon Boulevard off of the rezoning map and include the QPS project as part of this neighborhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your testimony and for your time today. Our next speaker is Wanda Torrance. Wanda Torrance, we are not seeing this speaker in the Zoom, so if you're in viewing on the YouTube, please feel free to use the link to join the Zoom at this time. We will move on to our next speaker, Laura Wolf Powers. At this time, we'll promote you to panelists so you can provide your remarks. Laura Wolf Powers will be followed by Ernest Brooks, followed by Jenny Dubnow. Laura Wolf Powers, you are our next speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me today. My name is Laura Wolf Powers. I'm part of the Western Queens Community Land Trust. I'm also a professor of urban planning at Hunter College. I would like to request 3 very specific changes to the scope of the environmental impact assessment as described by Mr. White of AKRF a few minutes ago. The first one is that we would like the Hunters Point North Vision Plan for Resiliency, which has been drawn up by the Long Island City Coalition, to be considered as part of a with action scenario in the EIS. Right now, the 2 scenarios are the proposed action scenario and a no action scenario. And this group, LICC, has done a very detailed vision plan that they're even expanding on now, and we think that it deserves to be considered under the scope of the EIS. That would be for sites 63, 67, and 69. Similarly, we would like the proposal for the DOE building at 44th Drive that Memo Salazar just described a minute ago to be also considered as part of a with action scenario. That is site 67. And that is the project that
Congresswoman Nadia Velasquez's staff person, Dan Wiley, mentioned as being very important, and that memo also talked about as being important for providing below market space for artists, industrial businesses, and not-for-profit organizations that could really make a big difference in terms of the Department of City Planning's goal of supporting existing businesses and the creative community. And I'm just quoting from your goal statement. Also, I'd like to think you to think about applying the MCOR zoning that was just passed in the City of Yes for economic opportunity in the IBZ, because there are a lot of industrial assets here that that are very close to Manhattan, which is important to have industrial close to the design and central business districts, which would be lost over time with mixed use development. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I will also be submitting these requests by in writing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for those thoughts and insights and for your time. Our next speaker is Ernest Brooks. Ernest Brooks will promote you to panelist so that you can provide your testimony. Ernest will be followed by Jenny Dubnow, followed by Sarah O'Bradis. Ernest Brooks, you are appearing in a panelist. If you're able to unmute your microphone, we should be able to hear your testimony.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thanks for this opportunity. I've lived in Long Island City, right next to almost the center of the proposed upzoning on the corner of 44th Drive and Vernon Boulevard. As I said, I've been there for, well, close to 45 years. So I've watched a lot of the changes in the neighborhood, and I've watched some good things as the waterfront park on Hunters Point South, which has been a tremendous asset to the neighborhood. But I've also watched what I think has become overdevelopment over the last 10 to 15 years, in the sense of too many new residences without a thought to infrastructure, which is necessary. I live in an old 4-story loft building, an old factory building, where when it rains, actual sewage backs up into the base of the freight elevator. And this is not a healthy situation. And I know that whenever it rains, we have combined sewer overflow, SCSOs, or combined sewage overflows, which run into the East River and into Newtown Creek, which is a Superfund site where they spent a lot of money trying to clean it up, doing the plans for cleanups, and it's almost mythically absurd to be paying billions for a cleanup because the sewer system has not been adequately repaired or enlarged in Long Island City to account for all the new residencies. We end up, throwing good money after bad money in dealing with a situation which is untenable. And that's just one of the problems. But I would also say that, again, the Hunters Point Coalition and the Long Island City Coalition have a plan which calls for much more resiliency, for a much more, what can I say, something more like a waterfront park running all the way from Hannibal Basin up to Queensbridge Park, and providing a real linkage there with Queensbridge houses. And also, our plan is definitely poses the use of the DOE building as the Queens People's Space, and made it into a community land trust, which will ensure space there for artists, for musicians, for small manufacturers, for food vendors, for maybe all the arts and also light manufacturing. And this is something, I mean, I guess what I could really call for is somehow to alter the plan as being proposed, the upzoning, and include elements. Okay, sorry. Thank you again for the moment to speak.
Yes, thank you. And please do feel free to submit any written testimony so that we can hear the full or read the full breadth of your comments. Thanks for being here and for your testimony.
I'll do that.
Our next speaker is Jenny Dubnow, to be followed by Sarah Obraitis. Jenny Dubnow, you will be our next speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Dubnow. I work with the Western Queens Community Land Trust, but this testimony is my own, of course. One LIC was billed as a true comprehensive community plan, but thus far, to many of us, it really seems like simply a rezoning, and it does feel like a developer giveaway. I know that the impact study, both for displacement and environmental and infrastructure concerns, is mandated to come after the scoping hearing. But I really question instituting a major upzoning of a community that's seen many, many upzonings when there's plenty of data to study about displacement and environmental concerns. Why do we go into this with a preordained notion that we need a major upzoning? First, we should be gathering data to see what the impacts have been. We have plenty of data in Long Island City. So many community residents, many of whom couldn't be here today because half of them are on vacation, by the way, are upset about this and concerned. Given the unfortunate reality that we're in, where we have a scoping hearing and we have a major upzoning, I certainly hope that the environmental scoping is more rigorous than our community has had in past rezonings. We've had numerous upzonings, which I've mentioned, which sadly have ushered in massive housing development that is almost entirely unaffordable to current residents. Therefore, the average income in LIC as a result of these rezonings has skyrocketed, and the population has gotten wealthier and also whiter. We are not adequately studying displacement here. Clearly, we are building housing for those who need it, not for those who need it most. And prior luxury upzonings have also worsened the situation in our manufacturing zones. We have seen a major increase in rent across the board in our manufacturing zones, and we've lost manufacturing, we've lost community space, and we've lost affordable art space. I myself was displaced from my space in Long Island City. We also know that one of TF Cornerstone's new waterfront towers, which was built on the waterfront, is being adversely affected by rising water levels. They are asking taxpayers to help foot the remediation bill. This is not confidence inspiring vis-a-vis past EIS studies. The community will be paying close attention to the scoping, and we hope the upzonings, particularly on the waterfront and on public land, are scaled way back given the environmental and displacement risks we face. In fact, those public waterfront sites on Annabelle Basin should not be upzoned at all. They should be transformed into resilient public parkland as laid out in the Long Island City Coalition and Hunters Point Coalition alternative plan, which makes a lot of sense. And the DOE building should be preserved, not knocked down, and transformed into a deeply affordable hub for manufacturing, cultural, and community space. Finally, the EIS must study all current data and literature, much of which shows that increasing mostly luxury housing density raises land values and does not lower rents. This is one of the underlying purposes of this massive rezoning, and all the data should be studied. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your testimony and for your participation in this process. At this time, we are going to do a little switch in the back of house just to allow our volunteers to switch over. Great production. We are seeing a document. We can go to the presentation. And at this time, I'm also going to ask Evren Olker-Kajar to step in as host for this meeting for the next handful of speakers. Just as we pass the baton, Sarah Obraitis, who is our next speaker, does not appear in the Zoom room. So we will skip the speaker and come back to our next speaker. And Evren, I will pass it over to you to call our next few speakers.
Great, thanks, Stephanie. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll continue our part 3 of the scoping meeting. Our next speaker is going to be Korean Haynes, followed by Costa Constantinides. If you can promote Korean Haynes as a panelist. All right. I am being informed that we are not able to promote this speaker, and we will come back to this if the back of the house can quickly reach out to Korean Haynes to see if we can get this resolved, and we'll hear the testimony shortly. So we'll move on to our next speaker. All right, we'll move on to our next speaker, Costa Constantinides, followed by Lin Zhu. All right. I think Costa Constantinides is not currently in Zoom. So we'll move on to our next speaker. Can we promote Lin Zhu, followed by Sanshuan Xia, followed by Taiki Sugita. All right, can we back of the house? Are we able to promote Lin as a panelist? All right, I think we are. Lin, are you able to hear us? If you can unmute your microphone, we'll be able to hear you and take your testimony.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear
Welcome.
me?
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, my name is Lin Xue. I'm working in this area. I would like Langley City become more walkable and safe for pedestrians, since we have so many parking space up front and the traffic is crazy. So I would like the city have some planting, creating more pedestrian friendly street, more supermarket and coffee shop, make the areas more lively and livable environmental conservative place. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for being here. Our next speaker is, if you can unmute, please. Great. Our next speaker is Eric.
Hi, thank you. My name is Eric Narberg. I'm a member of Queens Community Board 2, representing LIC as well as Sunnyside and Woodside. I'm also vice chair of the Arts and Culture Committee. I'm here to encourage that we name the arts as part of this plan. I appreciated in Bob's slides earlier that he mentioned historical and culture, and that Dan Wiley, on behalf of the Congresswoman, mentioned working artists, and especially Edja Wheeler for his comments. He asked for 2 minutes more, and I'm hoping that I use the rest of my time to say what he might have said, which is that the ROI on public art spaces can be difficult to quantify because of its many qualitative elements. However, public art can provide benefits that extend beyond the arts themselves, such as 1, social impact. Public art can contribute to neighborhood pride and cultural identity. For example, a mural in a public space can send a message about social justice that lasts for years. 2 words, 5 points. Secondly, economic impact. Public art can attract visitors who spend money and help local businesses thrive. In real estate projects, public art can create a destination that tenants, shoppers, and residents and neighbors can be proud of. That leads to increased foot traffic and community gathering. And then thirdly, audience impact. Arts and culture and events can have an audience impact with attendees spending money on top of admission. That's money that supports both the artists who are working in our community, but also independent business owners who we've heard from in this conversation this afternoon. And we want to be able to support them in this space. And who benefits from this? Everyone, but especially young people. We've been talking about the need for schools in these spaces, and we need schools, but we also need public art spaces and spaces to gather for folks to be inspired and gather and be creative and create inspiration and community. And finally, this is a community that is abundant with artists and innovators. And I hope that we can name and prioritize the arts as an opportunity for both artists and nonprofit organizations to thrive and flourish as part of this plan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your testimony and for being here. Our next speaker is, and I also apologize, there was a little bit of a technical issue earlier. Might have lost the video for a second. So we'll continue following, hearing our testimony. So our next speaker is Sanjuan Shia, followed by Taiki Sugita, followed by Lisa Gorin. Right. If we can promote Sanjuan Shia as a panelist. Great.
Hello, testing.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, welcome. We're
Hi.
here to hear your testimony.
Okay, should I just start now?
Sure.
Hi, thank you all. Greetings. My name is Sen Jen Shah, and I help my family manage several property lots in the IBZ North designated area of Long Island City. I have lived in Sunnyside and LIC for 40 years and have worked in and around LIC for 30. I wanted to focus on a couple of things that haven't been mentioned much in this meeting. Driving up and down 21st Street from Astoria down to Hunters Point, we can see that left turns were banned on nearly every intersection throughout the entire IBZ and beyond. The 21st Street corridor was officially designated a few years ago as a Vision Zero corridor and has been completely redesigned to emphasize pedestrian safety and bus reliability. These changes to how traffic is diverted along 21st Street no longer makes the property lots in the IBZ North area feasible for significant manufacturing or industrial support. The Department of Transportation installed 3 things that significantly inhibits the ability for facilities in the area to transport goods and materials. This includes an island divider for pedestrians, an entire bus lane, and an entire bike lane as well. Since then, it is no longer possible for large trucks and standard 40-foot containers to effectively maneuver around buildings in this zone. There simply isn't much room to load and unload large amounts of goods or materials without completely blocking out an entire side of traffic on 21st Street. This discourages any manufacturing or wholesale company that might have been interested in a move to the area. Neither does it work as a support district for the neighboring business community. Secondly, the areas immediately north and south of the LIC North IBZ are already zoned for mixed use. We are surrounded on all sides by residential and mixed use buildings. The area is filled with hotels, restaurants, and retailers specifically catered to the growing number of tourists and residents in the area. The site is also serviced by the Queensbridge subway stop and 4 bus lines. They are all geared towards residential commuting and servicing commercial and retail activity. The area lost key elements of its manufacturing and industrial character years ago. Zoning should be changed to match the characteristics of the neighboring areas based on the Planning Committee's own land use rationale guidelines. These are just a couple of reasons why we believe that the IBZ designation in LIC North and Dutch Kills should be modified to allow for residential mixed-use purposes. The city has already made significant changes to the entire area that no longer makes the IBZ a viable designation for the neighborhood. The DCP should follow that lead and push the city council to modify this zoning. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Right on time.
Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Taiki Sugita, followed by Lisa Goren, followed by Danielle Brecker. Taiki Sugita will promote you as panelist shortly, and you'll be able to provide your testimony.
Hello, my name is
Hello.
Taiki Sugita. I've been a LIC resident for the past 6 years, and I moved to this neighborhood because of its diversity and a wide range of eateries. However, I find it very difficult to, one, find adequately sized apartment units, and two, walking around the neighborhood. I've moved within LIC 3 times already, and every time I move, I only see most of the units I see are studio units that are available, and even if I do find a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartment unit, the leasing process has been very competitive, and even the 1-bedrooms, I find it difficult to find adequate sized 1-bedrooms that can fit my queen size bed and dresser. Incentivizing developers to build larger 1-bedroom units or 2-bedroom units and less of the studio units could help eliminate this problem. And the second point of the walkability within the neighborhood, whenever I'm walking towards Queensboro Bridge, I find myself constantly competing with bikers and crossing over Queens Plaza North from the north side to the south side, vice versa. It's very difficult getting across within the neighborhood, and eliminating street side parking, adding more pedestrian walkways, and closing off streets could definitely eliminate this issue. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony and for being here. Our next speaker is Lisa Goren, followed by Danielle Brecker, followed by Errol Widall. Lisa Goren will promote you to panelist, and you'll be able to provide your testimony shortly. Welcome. We see you on the panelist list. Can you hear us?
Yes, hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I am a 35-year resident of Long Island City, speaking on behalf of Long Island City Coalition and Hunters Point Community Coalition, local groups with a deep history in the neighborhood. Our groups have developed an alternative community-based vision plan for resiliency for Hunters Point North, which we wish to have considered as part of DCP's scoping process, and I will forward that plan to you. I also wish to remind the Department of City Planning that we and other groups, along with our local community board CB2 and local council member Julie Wan, all previously requested that this meeting be postponed until the fall. We think it unconscionable that the department is holding this critical scoping meeting in the middle of August and the middle of a workday when many who wish to attend are unable to. Participation in earlier 1LIC events showed that our community is deeply concerned about the department's proposal to upzone a significant swath of the neighborhood. Some of our key concerns are that 1LIC is not based on actual urban planning and does not consider the negative effects of previous zoning changes in LIC. Moreover, by not sharing maps that show actual height and density implications, it is effectively hiding these impacts from the community. 1LIC mimics the language of resiliency, open space, equity, and affordability, but its proposed upzoning will merely add to these deficits and problems. One LIC purports to increase waterfront access, but it may seek to actually reduce access by amending the waterfront access plan. It purports to provide contiguous parkland along the waterfront, but merely adds a narrow waterfront walkway. It gives away the neighborhood's last public waterfront properties needed to expand parkland, and it will decrease per capita open space in LIC, which is currently third lowest in per capita open space in the city. One LIC purports to make LIC, much of which is in a floodplain and sections of which were under more than 6 feet of water during Hurricane Sandy, more resilient. But rather it ignores the city's own recommendations for a multi-pronged approach to resiliency, including setbacks, waterfront parks, and living shorelines. And again, it gives to developers the waterfront properties, public properties needed to implement those strategies. A prime example of which is Hunters Point South Park, which has brought not only resiliency, but also tremendous value to residents and developers alike. One LIC purports to increase equity, but decreases it by handing publicly owned sites to developers rather than using them for open space services. In short, I'll just summarize. In summary, we support managed forward-thinking development of this wonderful section, but we recognize that the city's housing concerns cannot be solved by LIC alone. Moreover, housing and affordability.
Thank you. You could submit your testimony in writing. We appreciate it. Our next speaker is Danielle Brecker, followed by Errol Whittle, followed by Jordan Hare. Danielle Brecker will promote you to be a panelist shortly.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
I am Danielle Brecker. I live in the Dutch Kills neighborhood of Long Island City. I am a member of Queens Community Board 2, co-chair of the City Services Committee. I am not speaking today for CB2 because this hearing is in August and the period to submit comments ends before the 2 community boards that this rezoning impacts have time to have public hearings. Please extend the comment time. I will submit written testimony today. I share my key concerns. I wanted comprehensive community planning, but now this just feels like another rezoning. Roughly 15,000 people, likely more, live in Council District 26 shelters. From what I heard in the last in-community planning meeting, may be different today. This plan creates 12,000 market rate units and only 4,000 affordable units. That is unacceptable. All of this development, 100% should be affordable in perpetuity. More market rate apartments in an area that is already grossly unaffordable will lead to more unaffordability, wealth segregation, gated towers, and displacement. As we heard today, LIC is one of 9 New York City communities that have contributed the most new housing, but it's been mostly market rate, and there has only been limited investment in public infrastructure. And now we want to build more with only a vague possibility of capital investment in public infrastructure. Increasing density by transit only works if that transit is not already totally overwhelmed and inadequate as it is in Long Island City. Likewise, our sewers fail us every time it rains, even if it only rains a small amount. More towers will exacerbate this. We have limited park space, and the parks we do have are always packed. We can't build schools fast enough for the number of students we have. As Councilmember Wan said, we've been promised schools that have never been built. We've been waiting for 5 years for a new Court Square library because it was shuttered for development. There are tax breaks to developers, but no investment in public housing, and we have no hospital in CD 26. The environmental impact study must take this into account. The One LIC plan also ignores the climate crisis and the other resiliency grounded plan that Lisa, the speaker before me, just talked about. This plan puts forth real solutions for affordability, small business, the artist community, infrastructure, and resiliency, and should be incorporated into the One LIC plan. Today, I ask my government that works for me and for my neighbors to do better for my community and shift focus from pushing through this rezoning to planning and building communities that are affordable, livable, resilient, fair, and for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for being here. Our next speaker is Errol Vidal, followed by Jordan Hare, followed by Sandy Lee. I don't think Errol Vidal is in the Zoom at the moment. We will skip this speaker and move on to Jordan Hare. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Stephanie. Jordan Hare, we're ready for your testimony.
Hi.
Okay, welcome.
Hi. Hi, my name's Jordan Hare, and I work at Plaxall. Thank you for the opportunity to share comments on the draft scope of work for the LIC neighborhood plan. Plaxall has been based in Long Island City for over 80 years, first as an industrial business, and now as a longtime neighbor that's committed to our community. We all know that our neighborhood defies easy definition. Creative production that's side by side with new residential towers, artists and strollers sharing our sidewalks, expansive new waterfront parks within walking distance of DIY community gardens. The common term for this is mixed use, but that just doesn't capture all of the excitement and energy that comes from all of us all coexisting together. We at Plaxall are extraordinarily proud to be a part of this amazing community. DCP's neighborhood plan is a really big opportunity for all of us to work together on a positive and inclusive vision of our neighborhood. And by including the waterfront, Court Square, Queensbridge, and the IBZ in a single effort, we all have an unprecedented opportunity to think comprehensively about LIC's future, one that sustains and expands this unique mix in the decades to come. We at Plaxall are grateful to DCP and the City of New York for the opportunity to participate in this important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony, and thank you for everyone handing over host privileges in that interim. Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Sandy Lee, followed by Ali Haight, followed by Elliott Park. Oops. Sorry, my microphone was in the wrong spot. Thank you. Thanks everyone for notifying me of that. Our next speakers are Sandy Lee, Ali Hake, and Elliott Park. Sandy Lee, you are our next speaker, although I do not see that speaker in the Zoom. All right, so we will note that we've skipped this speaker, Sandy Lee, and move to our next speaker, Ali Hake. Ali Hake, you are our next speaker. We do not see this speaker in the room either, so we will make a note of this. If we are moving past you and you are watching via YouTube, please do join the Zoom when you are able. So that brings us to our next speaker, Elliott Park, followed by Pamela Herrera, followed by James Tack. Elliott Park, you're our next speaker, so we'll promote you to panelist so that you're able to provide your testimony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, welcome. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, just give me 1 second.
Let's reset our clock for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Elliott Park. I am a business and property owner in Long Island City, IBZ. I appreciate Councilwoman Wan and DCP's efforts in updating the zoning regulations and considering the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. Your commitment to our community's growth is commendable, and I would like to share my perspective. I fully support the rezoning objectives to create new housing, generate job opportunities, and enhance the mixed-use character of Long Island City. These changes are vital for increasing residential density, boosting foot traffic, and stimulating the local economy. However, it's crucial that these enhancements are paired with increased sanitation and police presence to ensure safety in our streets and public areas as our community grows. Improvements in open space, infrastructure, and transportation will also attract further investment. I do have some concerns about the proposed zoning changes for the IBZ. particularly the inconsistencies in designating partial blocks for varying densities. A higher density rezoning for most of the IBZ would better align with the city's growth objectives. Additionally, integrating residential uses in the IBZ can address the city's housing while enhancing the local economy. The LIC IBZ is ideally located between two growing residential areas, Court Square and the Hunters Point South waterfront, or Hunter Point waterfront. Many local businesses, such as breweries and cafes, are constrained by the current IBZ designation. Allowing more residential uses would enhance safety and walkability, attracting more customers. In conclusion, I urge the DCP to consider rezoning the IBZ for higher density and allow residential uses. By doing so, we can create a more resilient Long Island city that benefits all stakeholders. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thanks for your recommendations and for your time today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Pamela Herrera. So Pamela, we will promote you to panelist so that you can provide your testimony. Pamela will be followed by James Tack, followed by Jin Han.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Sorry. Okay. Hello, and thank you all for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Pamela Herrera, and I've worked in Long Island City for 3 years. I'm here today because I've seen the effects of rezonings and how they benefit private developers, displace local residents, and trickle into the surrounding neighborhoods that skyrocket our rent. A couple of suggestions for the EIS as the current plan stands. It is neglecting the waterfront, which is rapidly changing due to climate change. I request that you please consider the flood zone you'll need to remediate. Currently, TF Cornerstone apartments located in the southern part of LIC are facing flooding issues to one of their projects due to climate change, which was granted by the city and now will be paid for by the city and cost thousands, if not millions, to remediate the problem. As per the FEMA site, the LIC waterfront is in a flood zone. We urge everyone to consider the Long Island City Coalition Waterfront Plan. The Coalition's plan benefits the livelihood of local residents and businesses. Currently, the community is facing issues with lack of deeply affordable space. Alone on this call, there have been concerns about the lack of space. In the current draft proposals, local residents will not have the access to anything privately developed. Our administration cannot continue implementing rezonings that don't consider accessible space for services that can support the community, whether it be with artistic space, schools, grocery stores, libraries, dance studios, food court storage facilities, pools, and much more. The Western Queens Community Land Trust has a project that will enhance the cultural landscape of LIC through the Queensboro People Space and address this lack of space. This project provides an economical and resourceful solution proposed on public land that includes local low-income residents of the community. Perhaps exempting the public land from this process can ensure this land goes directly to the public. As well, please consider deep, affordable housing before issuing residential rezonings. How will you ensure that extremely low income and low income families will be included in this proposal? Keep the interest of the people at the forefront of this project and stop allowing private developers to influence the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for your time today. Our next speaker is James Tack, who I am not seeing in the Zoom. If anyone can confirm that. So in the absence of that speaker, we will note that and move to our next speaker, Jin Han. We'll promote you to panelist now so that you can provide your remarks. This speaker will be followed by Payal Bor, followed by Pauling Sia.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. My name is Jin Han. I moved to LIC 10 years ago. I've been resident since then. Now I'm married and expecting a baby in a few months. 10 years ago, when I was single, it was easier to move one place to another. However, it became a lot harder with my wife and a baby in her womb. My lease is ending soon, and we need bigger apartment. I've been searching for one and had no luck yet. It is more difficult than before. Most of new apartments we saw were too small or too expensive. My wife and I used to walk the neighborhood after work every day. That has become harder to do. Somehow, LIC gotten less and less friendly to the pedestrians. We've decided to go somewhere else instead, Midtown or Brooklyn. I believe there are problems with LIC city planning. There are not enough shops, eye-catching storefronts, street cafes, affordable supermarkets, pedestrian-friendly features. I also commute with City Bike. I always think myself that I'll be hospitalized one day because I don't feel safe riding bicycle here. I have architecture background, so I can say confidently that LIC needs more apartments with larger footprints. The zoning is restricting LIC's growth and making us live in a smaller and smaller cages. If the city finds a way to incentivize developers to build bigger units, the area will mature better. My wife is a licensed special education teacher for early childhood. She goes to multiple schools for work. She has seen condition of LIC schools and knows how difficult it is to raise the children in this area, even more than I do. She's scared and wants to move out of LIC. LIC needs more school and better education opportunity for family like us. So please include the following in the scope of the study. Zoning for the greatest density available, incentivize for larger unit footprints, more bike infrastructure, limit on car traffic, construction of new schools. I want to raise my child in this Long Island city. I want to love this neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for sharing your story with us. Our next speaker is Payal Bohr. This speaker has registered via dial-in, but we do not see you in the Zoom room. So we will move to our next speaker, but Payal Bohr, if you are watching via YouTube or another method, please join the Zoom at this time. We'll move to our next speaker, Pauling Sia, followed by Muskan Manglik, followed by Jill Lopez. Pauling Sia, you are our next speaker.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Pauline Xia. I'm a business and property owner in IBZ area of Long Island City for more than 40 years. We support the plan's goal to create new housing, more jobs, and enhance Long Island City's mixed-use character. The existing IBZ policy aims to protect manufacturing districts, which we understand and respect. However, we needed to emphasize that housing brings in foot traffic, safer and cleaner streets, community organization, etc., which in return boosts the local economy and improve quality of life. This is especially true to those in the IBZ area next to Queensbridge Housing and the Dutch Kill mixed-use neighborhood, where our business is located. We are a small minority women-owned business on 21st Street and 40th Avenue. Our property is 100 years old now, outdated, run down, not rentable, not even habitable to meet the sustainable green standard. We have been advised by many professionals that it is not financially feasible for any inventor, lender, or investors to break ground to rebuild if the current IBZ regulations block residential units. Furthermore, 21st Street has for many years become the major commercial traffic corridor serving two important mixed-use neighborhoods in Queens Plaza North. The IBZ destination on 21st Street no longer performs its function to preserve industry and manufacturing use because 21st Street has been redesigned to be pedestrian and commuter friendly, no longer support the tractor trailer moving capacity required by industry business. We feel that the current IBZ destination isolate us from the rest of Long Island City. I respectfully request that the DCP consider this feedback and explore options for including residential in the IBZ as part of its rezoning effort immediately, not 10 years from now. We need it to be rezoned as mixed use so that our block can fit into a neighborhood's true character, capacity, and needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your testimony and those recommendations. We will move on to our next speaker, Muskan Manglik. You're our next speaker. We'll promote you to panelist in just at this time for you to provide your testimony. The speaker will be followed by Jill Lopez, followed by Kenneth Adams.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi. I've been working in this area for the past 7 years. Given LIC's current and projected residential density, it is crucial that we expand our educational infrastructure to accommodate the growing population. To address this need, we should increase the development of additional schools at all levels within our study area. Specifically, the inclusion of not only elementary schools, but also middle and high schools is essential. This will ensure that families residing in LIC have access to quality education within the community, reducing the need for lengthy commutes and fostering a more integrated and supportive environment for our children. Secondly, we should also work on increasing the housing. We should reevaluate the use of existing multi-story parking garages. Converting these structures into residential units could provide much needed housing space and create high residential density in the neighborhood. Recent data indicates that apartment prices have risen significantly, which has placed a substantial burden on many families, especially those with growing children. This dramatic rise in housing costs not only affects affordability, but also limits the availability of suitable living spaces for families who require more room as they expand. Prioritize the construction of new affordable housing units that include larger bedrooms to accommodate families. This can help alleviate overcrowding and provide a more suitable living environment for children. This approach would not only address the housing needs, but also contribute to the long-term sustainability of our community. Our community's excellent mass transit system is well suited to support increased residential density, making it an ideal time to invest in more comprehensive educational facilities and housing. By focusing on these key areas, expanding our educational facilities, and repurposing existing parking structures to create more housing space, we can better support the growing number of families to create a more vibrant, sustainable LIC. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for your time today. Our next speaker is Jill Lopez, who's registered to participate via dial-in, via phone, but we're not seeing this speaker in via phone. So Jill Lopez, if you are viewing on YouTube, feel free to call in now. Our next speaker following Jill Lopez is Kenneth Adams. We're not seeing Kenneth Adams in the room as well. So we will move on to our next speaker. But of course, if these folks do join at a later time, we'll come back to them. Our next speaker is Mira Verma. Mira, you're our next speaker. We'll promote you to panelist now. Following Mira will be Chris Sullivan and Danielle Lopresti Lee. Mira Verma, you are our current speaker. Mira appeared in the room and does not appear in the Zoom at this time. We'll hold just a moment before moving on. All right, not seeing this speaker at this time. We'll move on to our next, but noting that we have skipped Mira Verma at this time. Our next speaker, Chris Sullivan, followed by Danielle Lopresti Lee, followed by Jared Delane. We are not seeing any of these three speakers, so just going to call out the name again for the record. Chris Sullivan, Danielle Lopresti Lee, and Jared Delane. If you are watching through YouTube, please click into the Zoom now, but we will skip you and come back if you're able to join the Zoom at a later time. Our next speaker, therefore, will be Dan Kent. Dan Kent will promote you to panelist now so that you can provide your testimony. Following Daniel Kent will be Haktan Bohr. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in connection with the neighborhood plan. I am a resident of Long Island City, as well as the CEO and president of Lantern Organization. We're a nonprofit developer and operator of permanent supportive housing and affordable housing throughout New York City, and we advocate for solutions to the root causes of the homelessness crisis. Now, New York has done an incredible job investing in supportive housing and affordable housing, and it continues to lead the nation in the creation of these critical safety nets for people who cannot afford housing in this city. However, at the same time, we have seen the rate of homelessness continue to skyrocket in New York. In fact, our rate of homelessness is 5 times greater than that of other cities such as Chicago and Seattle. So why is that? Why does New York City have the worst homelessness and housing affordability crisis in the country, while other cities fare much better? The reason is that we have a chronic undersupply of housing, including market rate housing. New York City does not produce enough housing. Currently, we are producing around 1/5 the amount of housing of other cities, such as Seattle and Austin, Texas. So we have a lot of work to do to increase the amount of housing in the city and prevent homelessness, rent-burdened households, and continued displacement. So we know the root cause of displacement and homelessness is that we don't have enough housing. The way we solve that is by working with private developers and looking at our land use policies to find a way to increase the supply of housing. Now, I applaud the initial draft of this plan because it does look to significantly increase the zone capacity for residential uses in this area. However, there are opportunities to significantly increase the amount in this proposal. So I would encourage DCP to hear the community and listen to the many people who've spoken today about the importance of prioritizing affordability and find ways to increase the zone capacity in this plan for more residential space. That is the single most important thing we can do in order to prevent continued displacement, homelessness, and affordability challenges in this neighborhood. In addition, please look at the city-owned sites as a potential opportunity for creating deeply affordable housing and permanent supportive housing and spaces for arts and culture nonprofits in the community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to continuing to participate in the process.
Great, thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for participating today. We do have a speaker that we skipped in the room now, Kenneth Adams. So we'll go back to this speaker. Kenneth Adams, you'll be promoted to panelist at this time. So you'll be able to unmute and turn on your camera if you wish to provide your testimony. All right, Kenneth, we're seeing you in the panelist column, so you should be able to unmute your microphone at this time. We'll hold just a moment to see if they're able to unmute. Our back of house folks, are we able to invite Kenneth Adams to unmute? There we go.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, great, thank you. Sorry for the little couple of glitches with the connection. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kenneth Adams. I'm the president of LaGuardia Community College, located at 3110 Thompson Avenue, right here in Long Island City. While LaGuardia is not part of the area proposed for rezoning, we're an anchor institution in Western Queens, deeply committed to the prosperity of Long Island City, to the quality of life of its residents, the success of its businesses, and the flourishing of its cultural and community organizations. I want to thank the New York City Department of City Planning for working with our elected officials and community leaders to develop the One Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. The plan represents an important opportunity to update local zoning regulations in light of the dramatic changes in Long Island City in recent years. And several aspects of the plan are particularly important to LaGuardia. First, I would say that while we're known, of course, as a community college, LaGuardia is also a leading provider of small business assistance. For example, we've helped over 24,000 small businesses secure over $500 million in government contracts. We run an SBDC, the Small Business Development Center, the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses Program. And in all, we believe that support for existing and new businesses in Long Island City is critical for ensuring a vibrant local economy, and we commend the plan for its commitment to that goal. We support the plan's commitment to preserving and increasing light industrial, retail, entertainment, cultural, and office uses that are vital to a sustainable live-work community like Long Island City. And we're committed to working with local employers, to ensure that local residents have the skills they need to succeed in those jobs. We also support the plan's commitment to affordable housing. Unfortunately, many LaGuardia students suffer from housing insecurity. Indeed, every semester, we help students who are homeless or struggling to avoid homelessness with problems they have paying their rent. And studies have shown that housing and food insecurity are often the biggest challenges for many college students, certainly in CUNY, often forcing them to give up their studies and derail their dreams. And so we're encouraged by the possibility that proposed zoning changes in the plan will lead to the construction of affordable housing, and in some cases, affordable student housing, which we desperately need for our LaGuardia students and students of many other CUNY colleges as well. Thank you very much for the time to voice our support for the plan. We look forward to working with City Planning, Councilmember Julie Wan, other elected officials, the Long Island City Partnership, and other partners in the community to advance all of the important objectives of the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony, and I'm glad we were able to hear it today.
Yeah.
Another speaker who we previously called, Danielle Lopresti Lee, has also joined the Zoom, so we will invite this registered speaker, to provide their testimony at this time. So let's promote Danielle Lopresti Lee to panelist so that we can hear their remarks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Danielle Lopresti Lee. I am a 10+ year resident in Long Island City. I live with my husband and 2 sons. They're 7 and 11 years old. The following statement is a collaborative statement from myself and Sharita Alam. Sharita Alam is out of the country. We are both co-PTA presidents at the new Hunters Point Elementary PS384 school in Long Island City. Long Island City has experienced significant growth in family populations over the last few years, which has already led to development of additional elementary schools. However, as our children progress, our community will face a shortage of middle school and high school seats unless planning and development begins now. We are in a neighborhood where families are increasingly choosing to stay long-term and establish roots. To support this, it's crucial that we have a middle and high schools available to ensure our children can continue their education locally, fostering a strong, stable community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. All right, we will pick up where we left off in our speakers queue. So the next speaker is Haktan Bor, who again, it does not appear to be in the Zoom at this time. So we will skip this speaker and come back if they're able to join. So the following speaker will be Stephen Zurinsky. Stephen Zurinsky will promote you to panelist so that you're able to provide your testimony. Following Stephen, we'll hear from Yolanda Jimenez and Patrick Pavone.
Is that better?
Hi, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Stephen Zurinsky. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm an architect. I've been here practicing in Long Island City since '92. My family's had property here since the Second World War. A lot of interesting things I heard today. It's somewhat encouraging. I think what city planning is doing is very noble, but I think it's also operating out of context, and it has to be done with overall thinking for the transit systems, how DOT works, how DEP works, and I think more integration is required rather than just. It feels like it's a bit of a standalone thing, but DEP, what DC, city planning is doing. I think more transit options should be thought about. You know, perhaps the E and the F at Vernon, another cable car going to Roosevelt Island, just in the south of the bridge. I thought it might be interesting to tap into some of the billion-dollar investment that's going on over there on Roosevelt Island, and also to encourage DOT, or kind of tell them to not to have their stuff underneath the 59th Street Bridge and use that as where that wide boulevard is, to use that for some kind of retail or artist shops, something like that. And there's a number of things I think that can be done to improve the overall idea of what you're trying to achieve. I also think that the donut shape of the FAR you're creating really doesn't respond well to the concept of wide streets versus narrow streets. I think if you want to have taller buildings, they should be on a wider street rather than narrow streets, because I think it'll create some really dense situations. And also sewers, which have been a problem for all of the industrial buildings, certainly since the 1950s, hasn't gotten any better. But I think if we would ask DEP to clean the catch basins and to clean the sewers, I think that might help some. We won't solve everything, but I don't think it's a good question as to when the last time is they've actually cleaned this stuff. Anyway, so that I'd like to participate further in this. I think 3 minutes is not enough, but that's good, and I'm happy to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. And of course, we do accept written testimony of any length, and we're happy to receive them in addition to to verbal testimony. Thank you for your participation. Our next speaker, Yolanda Jimenez, and the following speaker, Patrick Pavone. Neither of these speakers appear to be in the room. So again, Yolanda Jimenez or Patrick Pavone. If you are watching the YouTube, please click on the link to enter the Zoom now. Otherwise, we will move to our next speaker, Francis Shields. Francis Shields will promote you to panelist now so that we can hear your testimony.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Francis Shields. I've been a resident of Long Island City for 7 years. I'm excited that there is a conversation about rezoning portions of LIC, and I've put together the following suggestions. First would be increasing housing density. When I walk through LIC, one of the greatest disasters I see are thousands and thousands of square feet of parking garages and parking lots. With housing stock limited, particularly larger apartments like 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, I feel like we could be taking a better approach. LIC has some of the best public transportation in the city, and instead of building more and more parking infrastructure, we should be focusing on building the highest density apartment buildings as allowed. Mayor Adams' City of Yes initiative seems to allow upzoning to R11 and R12 zoning, and we should utilize that to increase housing density to take advantage of our fantastic public transportation and increase accessibility to housing. There should also be more 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. My partner and I plan on starting a family soon, and we're worried that there is an extremely limited amount of these apartments on the market. And the 2 and 3 bedroom apartments that exist are very small and very expensive. We should be encouraging developers to build larger units. Furthermore, the more 2 and 3 bedroom apartments there are in the market, the more bargaining power a tenant will have. Right now, it's an issue of supply and demand. There is a limited supply and a growing demand, and that leads to prospective tenants like myself paying too much. Third, I'd say we should increase walkability and decrease the amount of vehicles. I've noticed that the streets in Long Island City, particularly near the East River area, are devoid of pedestrian activity. There are limited first floor shops and retail, while there is an abundance of vehicle parking and traffic. With the fantastic public transportation options we have, we should be encouraging walkability in our streets instead of a flood of vehicles. Fewer vehicles will lead to opportunities to create more open spaces like parks, and perhaps certain streets can be designated for pedestrian and bike traffic only. Lastly, I'd like to expand the waterfront park area. Along the East River, we have Gantry Park and Hunters Point South Park, and those are some of the best waterfront areas in New York City. We should look at expanding those park areas from Annabelle Basin to Queensbridge. The waterfront should be enjoyed by all, and the more space, the better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for joining us today. Our next speakers are Janet Belden, Pastor Hassan Clark, and Louis Foll. Janet Belden and Pastor Hassan Clark do not appear to be in the room. So we will move past these two speakers, but Janet Belden, Pastor Hassan Clark, please join if you are able. We will move to our next registered speakers, Louis Foll, Brendan Burke, and Denise DeMars. Louis Foll, you're our next speaker. We'll promote you to panelist now for you to provide your testimony.
All right, you can hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right, thanks. Hello, my name is Louis Foll, and I am part of the Plaxall family. Over the past few decades, we have witnessed and been a part of several proposals to rezone specific parts or parcels within the study area. One of the common critiques that we have heard of many, if not all of those efforts, was that zoning in LIC, and particularly near the waterfront, needed to be more comprehensive and holistic. We just want to take this time, and therefore we commend City Planning and the Council Member 1 for undertaking this study that will help ensure that any proposed rezoning is finally truly comprehensive and will not only deliver the desperately needed housing the city needs, but also deliver the required infrastructure investment, the creation of open space, new schools, new local and supportive retail, and many other amenities and benefits that our community deserves. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for being here today. Our next speaker is Brendan Burke. Brendan, you'll be promoted to panelist now so that we can hear your testimony. In the meantime, I will read out the next few names so that folks are able to join if they are watching YouTube. Denise DeMars, Ellen Day, Daniel Miller, and Evelyn Hang. Brendan Burke, we are ready for your testimony at this time. Okay. Brendan Burke, we're not able to promote you to hear your testimony at this time, so we will move to our next speaker. And The next few speakers that I called, Denise Demars, Ellen Day, Daniel Miller. We do not see any of these speakers in the room. So we're just noting this. So our next speaker will be Evelyn Hang, Christian Brennan, and Matthew Giordano. Evelyn Hang, you're our next speaker. If you can, we will promote you to panelist to hear your testimony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thanks. So I'm a City Lights resident, so I actually just moved here around February. However, I've been listening, just trying to get to know people in the neighborhood, and I just want to know, who in the city have you approached and talk about the subway and the bus plans? Any particular names or titles?
We're here to hear the testimony. So you're welcome to go on the record with any testimony or any questions that you have.
Okay, so my question will be more with the specifics of who have we talked to within MTA and New York City Transit. And I do work for MTA, so I can definitely help with that because I seem to say hello to the VP often lately in downtown office, and whatever I can do to help, I would definitely be able to just relay the message a little bit, since I am a resident here and I've been a Queens resident for 23 years. I do know Queens very well, and I've worked in private and public sector, and I just want to make some improvements. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your notes and for being here today. Feel free to email our email distribution list with any further comments.
I will. Thanks a lot.
Just as a note, for all of our speakers today and anyone who submits written testimony, everything that we hear or receive in writing will be summarized and responded to in the final scope of work document, which again is the document that guides the preparation of the draft environmental impact statement. All right, we will move to our next speaker, Christian Brennan, who does not appear to be in the room. Christian Brennan, if you are able to join the Zoom now, please do. We'll note that we're skipping this speaker to move to Matthew Giordano. So we'll promote this speaker to hear their testimony. Matthew Giordano will be followed by Kenneth Abrantes, to be followed by Elizabeth Aceituno. Matthew Giordano, we're ready for your testimony now. Just waiting for our back of house to confirm. We do see the speaker in the room, but we may be having technical issues. All right. It appears we're not able to promote this speaker, so we will note that they're being skipped and come back if we're able to resolve those issues. Following Matthew Giordano, we have Kenneth Abrantes. Kenneth Abrantes, we do not see this speaker in the room at this time, so we'll move to our next speaker, Elizabeth Aceituno. I will promote you to panelist and you'll be able to provide your testimony at this time. Elizabeth will be followed by Crystal Hernandez and Jess C. and Donald Cogdell.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I didn't. Thank you. So my name is Elizabeth Aceituno, and I've been a resident of Long Island City for over 20 years. And I'm also speaking on my behalf, but also on the behalf of two environmental nonprofit organizations that are active in the neighborhood, at least until recently. I have several comments, so I will go through them. The first one is I want to reiterate that hosting this meeting in the middle of the summer, in the middle of the working day, just adds to the opacity of this process. We only heard from two community board two members, one of whom didn't even want to speak on behalf of the CB2 for good reason. And that just shows how disturbing it is to hold this meeting during the recess. Their time for commenting definitely needs to be extended. Secondly, also on the process, we have been told that we will have a town hall style in-person meeting when we can actually talk to each other and discuss and not just submit individual testimony without even knowing who's in the room. And this has not been scheduled as far as I know, so I hope that will happen also. Thirdly, as others have said, a plan that relies only on rezoning without guaranteeing vast numbers of deeply affordable housing units, green spaces, transportation, educational, and cultural infrastructures that satisfies the needs of existing and potential new community members is not acceptable. This plan has to be much more comprehensive and specific than it has been so far, telling us that you've heard us or you have read our post-its is not enough. A true development plan that outlines the changes that many of us want needs to be co-developed with the community and presented in a more transparent way. This process cannot be rushed. Fourth, regarding the topic at hand today on the scope of work of the environmental impact statement, I have not had a chance to review it thoroughly, but I would question a few things. First, why is the assessment period only 10 years? The changes proposed will affect the area for many more years than that, and the changes that were initiated 15 years ago in this neighborhood should yield some lessons to learn from. I also didn't see that this work will analyze how this plan will align with New York City's Net Zero 2050 goal, which is another reason to expand the timeline. I didn't see anything about how climate change adaptation will be explicitly considered, which of course includes resiliency, but also creative thinking like developing green infrastructure, which is something someone else mentioned. I hope that findings from the environmental impact statement will be presented transparently and in a way that doesn't require an engineering degree so that the community can understand them and continue to provide their views. And finally, just very quickly, I'd like to call for the reinstatement of big reuse composting site under the Queensboro Bridge. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your testimony and for being here. We appreciate it. All right, our next speaker, Crystal Hernandez. Jesse, neither of these two speakers appear in the room. So we will note that we're skipping these speakers. If they're able to join, we will come back to them. Crystal Hernandez and Jesse. Our next speaker following that is Donald Cogdell, followed by Leonard Clipper, followed by Andrew Till. Donald Cogdell, you're our next speaker. We'll promote you now to hear your testimony.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Greetings. Yeah, I thank you for this time. I just wanted to testify. I understand that the words and the language of comprehensive community plan has been thrown around. And I think that talk about comprehensive community, I think one, awareness is key, right? Is the community aware? Is the community informed? And I think that there hasn't been stronger effort to inform the community. And even now, this time has been inconvenience for many people to come on now time and other workers on vacation, and so that that has been an issue for many people. So awareness is very important when you want to involve the community, and and just working with other organizations, we asked them, do you know about the One LIC plan? and a lot of people don't know. So I just think there needs to be stronger effort, and we need to see the evidence of how the community's input is shaping this plan. Because when I've been to the meetings, and it just seems like a regular developer's plan. And those words, community, comprehensive, seem to be very empty. I'm director of justice at Hope Astoria Church, so we really believe that there should be deeply affordable housing for everybody. And from what I see, this is just luxury housing with standard, and I don't think that is for the community. With as great as rent burden is, as great as displacement is, there needs to be a greater investment in the working class. I think that's very important. And I hear a lot of concerns about their environment and flooding from my friends there. I think it's very important that the community's input be involved, and you guys to show how you're actually listening to the community and how it's shaping the plan. If you don't show that, it's hard to believe it. So we just ask for greater effort in that, and greater effort for greater awareness of the community, that some of the dollars be used to raise great awareness for Queensbridge, for LIC, that people really know about this plan. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We do appreciate your time, and thanks for raising these important issues. Right. Our next speakers, Leonard Clipper and Andrew Till, do not appear to be in the Zoom. So of course, if these folks are able to join the Zoom, we will note this for the record and come back to them, Leonard Clipper and Andrew Till. Our next speaker is Moses Gates. Moses Gates, we will promote you to panelist so that you're able to provide your testimony.
First of all, I'm going to bless all of your long days with an adorable baby with me, just for fun. I would like to testify in support of the Long Island City Community Plan. My name is Moses Gates. I'm Vice President of Housing and Community Development at the Regional Plan Association. I'd like to praise the comprehensiveness of this plan, as well as its focus on producing more housing throughout the district. I do want to stress that this needs to be one part of a comprehensive citywide plan and comprehensive citywide approach, and that other neighborhoods which have not produced as much housing as Long Island City in the past, also need to be focused on in this way. A few things that I would like to comment on, most of which have been repeated by previous speakers. The first is the need to extend the geography of the plan, in addition to having more area that could potentially produce more housing. I think it's important to, as the bishop said, get the Queensbridge houses and also Queensbridge Park within the scope of the plan, so that ideas for using development rights in a way which can bring more revenue into Queensbridge houses is a possibility. I also think that the geographical scope should be extended to include the entirety of the underpass of the Queensboro Bridge all the way out to Sunnyside Yards. As many speakers have pointed out, that's a dreadfully designed place currently, and not having the entirety of it in the scope, I worry precludes the ability to do a comprehensive redesign of it. And in addition, I think that the entrances to the 3 subway stations, the F at Queensbridge, the NW7 train, and the Queens Boulevard line, the entrances should also be brought in with the scope, even though MTA is another animal. The ability to at least give ideas on how to rethink those and improve those, I think, are very important. Another point I would make is that this plan should not foreclose the possibility of expanding hotel capacity. We are going to be entering the largest event since the 1964-65 World's Fair in 2 years, and we are dreadfully and woefully under-resourced in terms of hotel capacity in the region. I'm referring to the World Cup in 2026. And with Airbnb restrictions and with new hotels being extremely difficult to build, this is something else that should be within the scope of the Long Island Community Plan. But overall, I want to commend the administration and I want to encourage their continuing focus on especially affordable housing, the use of vacant city-owned lands for affordable housing in particular, and the dedication to housing growth overall through this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Right on time, and we love to see young people getting involved in the planning process. Thanks for your comments. We now are joined by a speaker that we had previously skipped, Chris Sullivan. So Chris Sullivan, we are coming back to you as a registered speaker. So we'll promote Chris Sullivan now at this time for them to provide their testimony. Following Chris, we'll go back to where we were in the speakers queue, Patty McKee, Corazia Baton, and Leo Gutman being the next few speakers. If we're able to promote Chris Sullivan at this time. All right. It appears we are not able to promote Chris Sullivan, so we'll try to troubleshoot that in the background and move to our next speaker, Patty McKee. Patty McKee will promote you to panelists so that you're able to provide your testimony. Again, our next few speakers are going to be Corazia Baton, Leo Gutman, and Marlene Dodds Callahan. It does appear we have Chris Sullivan in panelist. Chris, if you're able to provide your testimony, you're our speaker now.
My apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. My wife and two kids and I have lived in Long Island City for 8 years. We currently live at the Avalon Riverview building. Prior to that, we lived at 4705 Center Boulevard and then the Maximilian. My daughter will start kindergarten at PS 384 in the fall. My son will be at Little Ones on Fifth Avenue. Over my time here, I've encountered several constraints I believe this rezoning process can help solve. This area needs more school seats and it needs apartments big enough for families. The scarcity of 2 and 3 bedroom units almost makes it seem like Long Island City is only catered to lives and lifestyles that can fit in studios and 1 bedrooms. Even when there is an available 2 or 3 bedroom apartment, they're barely large enough to fit a growing family. I found that many of the people in the neighborhood that we know, once they have a second child, they tend to move to the suburbs at this point. We see many of our friends and many of our children's friends move out of the neighborhood. It's probably the one thing I feel most guilty about living in Long Island City is when my kids get sad and upset when their friends move away. Finding school space is also a source of stress for many growing families in the neighborhood. I know many parents whose children did not get into PS 78 or 384. Luckily, my daughter was accepted. However, I've been told that her lunch will start at 10:30 a.m. due to lack of space in the cafeteria. I would encourage all school space in new buildings be exempt from FAR calculations to encourage more schools to be built in the neighborhood. We need larger schools of all levels, elementary, middle, and high school. I encourage DCP to do everything in their power to facilitate larger apartments and more school seats. Finally, please do not allow what is present on the waterfront to become characteristic of LIC at large. The parking garages with no first floor retail have taken up all the street frontage. It leaves long stretches of largely desolate and deactivated streetscapes. Kindly foster more street level retail that is accessible to the public, not just residents. The area needs more retail. These changes will facilitate more people living in this transit rich area, allow more families like mine to live here long term and enrich the area for generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for sticking it out with us here. We will now continue with our speakers queue. Patty McKee, you're our next speaker. We'll promote you to panelist now. Patty will be followed by Corazia Baton, Leo Gutman, Marlene Dodds Callahan. Hi, welcome. We can see you, but we're not able to hear you, but it is showing that you are unmuted. I'm going to try speaking again. Are others hearing the speaker? Okay. There may be an issue with a microphone on your end. We're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I just took my headphones off. So hopefully, hopefully you can, this is decent audio. Thanks for sticking with me. So, good evening. My name is Patty McKee and I'm the Senior Manager of Planning and Design at the Waterfront Alliance. Waterfront Alliance is the leader in waterfront revitalization, climate resilience, and advocacy for the New York and New Jersey harbor region. And we've heard a lot today about the need for climate resiliency along the waterfront in the region. So, and we at Waterfront Alliance are committed to sustainability and to mitigating the effects of climate change across the region's hundreds of miles of waterfront. We are a leading policy advocate on climate resilience and public access to the waterfront. And we also educate students across the city on ecology and water quality. We're also developing, or we have developed and operate the Waterfront Edge Design Guidelines, otherwise known as WEDGE, a program for promoting innovation in climate design. So we'd like to thank the New York City Department of City Planning and Councilmember Julie Wan for the opportunity to testify today and present these recommendations. So as we all know, Hunters Point North is a unique neighborhood that's built within a beautiful regional landscape with a long history and diverse uses over time that help shape the waterfront that we see today. So we at Waterfront Alliance believe that the waterfront should be the flagship space of this community, which we're hearing from others as well, where these stories can best be revealed. So Hunters Point South, which was among the first projects in New York City to earn approval through WEDGE or Waterfront Design Edge Design Guidelines program, is an incredible example of what this neighborhood can do with its waterfront as well. So why WEDGE? WEDGE nationally is the gold standard for waterfront development, and it was developed by multidisciplinary experts in engineering, biology, planning, landscape architecture, and other fields. We strongly believe that each project within the Hunters Point North Vision Plan should be designed to the high standards established in WEDGE. In meeting these standards, community members can be assured that each project will be reaching its highest level in helping achieve community goals and more. So the Waterfront Alliance defers to the local community on land use preferences, and we know that those preferences, again, as we're hearing today, are broad, and having engaged with both DCP and the LIC coalition in the past. What the WEDGE rating system will do is provide third-party validation of the project's adherence to feedback in the community engagement. So each project would undergo a comprehensive review led by Waterfront Alliance staff and trained reviewers to assess the resilience, ecology, and access on every site along the waterfront. So in closing, our waterfronts are one of the greatest city's assets, as we know. Waterfronts are where New Yorkers go for recreation and solace. And importantly, they are the first line of defense against sea level rise and flooding. So we strongly encourage that any project along the Hunters Point North waterfront be built to WEDGE guidelines and standards. And also just wanted to note the potential for connecting these future resilient waterfronts of Hunters Point together with Hunters Point South, Queensbridge Park, and other waterfronts in Astoria.
Thank you for your time. Please, we encourage you to submit your written testimony so that we can be respectful of everyone's time and continue to hear your full testimony. We appreciate you being here, and thanks for the working through our technical challenges. Our next speaker is Corazia Baton, followed by Leo Gutman, followed by Marlene Dodds-Callahan. Corazia Baton, you are our next speaker, so we'll promote you now. Hi, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't see myself. Is that normal?
We can see you.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure that was working. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Nice to see so many of my neighbors and community colleagues. My name is Carisha Batan. I serve on our community board too. I chair the Arts and Culture Committee, and I work heavily in our outdoor public space for the past 11 years in Long Island City as the founding executive director of the Queensboro Dance Festival, and I also serve on the board of the Design Trust for Public Space. I do want to state first that I strongly agree with the previous comments regarding our need for infrastructure and for deeply affordable housing to allow growth for families. And just to be clear, for example, in my scenario, $2,500 is not affordable for a 2-bedroom for a young growing family of 4. I now have 2 young children, and we are both working 2 full-time jobs, and one of which is a city job for DOE, and we still cannot afford a 2-bedroom in this area. So that is a problem. However, I am submitting commentary focused on arts and culture, which is an undeniable characteristic of this neighborhood. I thank our council member Julie Wan and the other elected officials for recognizing and supporting our call for the preservation of arts and culture in our district and for responsible community-led development. So for almost the past 20 years, I've been in this district. I've been on community board 2 for the past 8 years. And whenever there is new development in this neighborhood, the most palpable impact is the pricing out and the erasure of artists and arts organizations in our area, as well as empty promises for affordable housing and community public space. This has led to ongoing distrust that artists and organizations have had in development, as well as distrust in this rezoning process in general. So I urge, as this process continues, that development projects recognize the too often missed opportunity to work with the creative arts organizations that will simultaneously preserve and support the cultural landscape here that developers clearly see is a valuable amenity. Public-private relationships are already successfully modeled here and actively demonstrate mutually beneficial impact. So this is proven possible and sustainable. This looks as simple as permanent public art space, which often doubles as open space, murals, commissioning artists for artwork, designs in their development projects. The city should require every development project proposed to have a legally binding arts and culture plan to even be eligible to develop here. This needs to be incentivized by the city. We have long overdue for long-term investment in arts and culture, and this will benefit both development and arts industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for sharing your story. We appreciate your time today. Our next speaker is Leo Gutman, followed by Marlene Dodds-Callahan, followed by Patricia Dunphy. Leo Gutman, you are our next speaker. We'll promote you now so that you're able to provide your testimony.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thanks. Okay, now I should be unmuted. Okay. Hello, I'm Leo Gutman. I live just outside of the study area in Port Square in Community District 2. And I'd like to testify to say I'm hopeful for this plan. I'm excited about most aspects of it and hope to see aspects of it get even better. In particular, I think the greatest issue facing this area, but the city in general when it comes to planning is a lack of overall housing supply at all unit sizes and all affordability levels. And so I'd like to echo some of the speakers who went earlier and said, hopes to be able to look into even in the IBZ, whether there's any opportunity for mixed use there. I would say that I think light industrial and residential and other mixed uses are totally compatible. That also goes for other parts of the study area, like just west of the IBZ, where I think early versions of the map look like they would add more residential, and current version does not. So yeah, I'm excited for things like new waterfront access and connecting areas that weren't connected before, and a better space to be a pedestrian or cyclist. But overall, my main feedback is just as much housing as possible, please, at all affordability levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for your participation in this process. Our next speaker, Marlene Dodds Callahan, does not appear to be in the Zoom, so we will note the speaker, Marlene Dodds Callahan, is not present, so we will move on to our next speaker, Patricia Dunphy. Patricia, we will promote you now so that you're able to provide your testimony. I'll call the next few names if anyone is watching on YouTube and wants to click over to the Zoom. Following Patricia, we'll have Rachel Suna Bricktow, David Dreimer, and Will Wong. Patricia, we are ready for your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Just want to say that I appreciate Councilwoman Wan's efforts and city planning in the city. You know, I've been part of the development of Long Island City for over 20 years, and we've worked hard here at Rock Rose to create neighborhoods in Court Square and on the waterfront, carefully curating our retail. But the one thing that's always been missing is this connection between the two districts. It's just unconnected. And I really naively thought that this LIC rezoning would finally address this, make it where it becomes walkable to go from one area to the other. And so by rezoning the IBZ, well, first of all, I don't understand quite why you would rezone it, increase the FAR and the IBZ when there's so many empty spaces and there's not a real need for this in the community anymore for these kind of businesses. But if you had, to consider rezoning it residential, have it industrial and residential, hopefully with some retail on the ground floor, which would make it the area walkable to go from the waterfront to Court Square. Because I think that's one of the big things that's lacking in Long Island City, that disconnect between the two neighborhoods. And so I was disappointed to see that there was no change to that one particular square of the IBZ that disconnects these two neighborhoods. And I think really more thoughtful planning should go into that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your input and for participating today. All right, our next few speakers, Rachel Suna Brichkow, David Dreimer, and Will Wong. None of these three speakers appear in the room, so we are going to note for the record that these speakers have been skipped. We'll, of course, come back to them if they're able to join at a later time. We'll continue with our speakers list with Rachel Brown, Alan Suna, and Daryl Granger. Rachel Brown, you're our next speaker, so we'll promote you to panelist now to hear your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, great. Hi, my name is Rachel Brown, and I'm a resident of Western Queens who is involved with a lot of different community groups, including the Western Queens Food Co-op, the 45th Street Green Space, and the Western Queens Community Land Trust. As many people have expressed already, I'm disappointed that this meeting is being held during a working day during the summer when many working class residents who would be adversely affected by the current plan are not able to join. So I hope that I can represent some of those voices who weren't able to be here today. And I definitely also think you should extend the time for comments and maybe even hold another one of these meetings in the evening or on a weekend in the fall. So as the plan currently stands, I'm opposed to what's going on in the area. And I'm concerned in a few particular areas. Climate resilience, as many people have talked about today, housing and homelessness, and preventing more displacement of residents and small businesses from the area. So a little more into those areas. Like in terms of climate resilience, we need more green spaces. Green spaces, as other people have mentioned, help naturally with resilience. They absorb rain and stormwater in a way that cement cannot. So we need more green spaces, and we need more plans on the waterfront that will actually help when we have greater storms, more extreme storms and flooding. So like the idea to have more higher towers built right up there next to the river is just, I don't know, like irresponsible and dumbfounding to me. Switching a little bit to housing and homelessness, I don't know the gentleman's name that was from the org that talked about works with homeless people. Like we keep talking about, we're in a housing crisis. right? So we don't need more luxury housing. We don't need more middle income housing. Like, we need more low income housing. We also need more public housing. We need more also shelters. We have, like, I don't know the numbers because that's not my area of expertise, but we have over, I think, 60,000 homeless people in the city right now. Like, so how about we use the public sites for public housing and use the public sites for shelters? And if the government can't protect residents and citizens of this country, then how about you turn these public sites over to nonprofits like the Western Queens Community Land Trust, who will steward the land for the public good, which is what the government should be doing in the first place. So moving to that, I don't have time, but the DOE lot, the Western Queens Community Land Trust would really like to turn that into the Queensboro People Space. So that lot needs to be set aside from this plan. Please give it to the Western Queens Community Land Trust, where the food co-op that I'm working to open would be housed, and people need to eat. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thanks for your awareness of the clock and of course for your important testimony. We really appreciate it. Our next speaker is Alan Suna, followed by Daryl Granger, followed by Donna Dreimer. Alan Suna, you're our next speaker, so we'll go ahead and promote you to hear your testimony.
All right.
Hi, welcome.
You can hear and see me, I hope?
Yes.
Okay, well, I can see you. Rachel, unfortunately, has to take care of 2 small children, so she's driving home right now. So I will cover the 2 things that we were going to speak about. Industrial business zones is going to be my primary focus. But just to give some people some background, I've been a major participant in the life and blood of Long Island City for over 44 years. I am the chairman of Silver Cup Studios, and we have developed other properties in Long Island City as well. One of the things that has not really been talked about is coming up with creative ideas on how we can really integrate light industrial commercial spaces along with housing in what is currently called the IBZ. It's been called out by a few people, and I really appreciate it, but we have to keep in mind the IBZs are not zoning. They're a policy that was created in the Bloomberg administration about 20 years ago that was maybe good for its time. It is no longer the right thing to do in LIC, and we're not suggesting getting rid of any of the industrial spaces. We're suggesting that new types of zoning come into play where we either maintain and or create the same or more commercial and industrial space along with housing. People have been talking about the walkable city, which is exactly what we need, and the disconnect, as Patricia just pointed out, between the east and west portions of Long Island City. We don't want to walk through an industrial wasteland, and so much of the industrial space is so underutilized, and it's old buildings that need to be repurposed, meaning not refurbished, but repurposed. And it's an easy thing to do to create housing on top of new industrial space. And what we haven't talked about is creating affordable industrial space. And the way in which we can do that, particularly in the IBZ, is to the same way that people are talking about affordable housing. We just need to have developers be required to provide industrial space at affordable rents for users and have housing up above, which is helping to subsidize that. So we have to keep an integrated city in mind and keep the notion of having more housing will reduce the pressure on existing housing stock, reduce prices. I don't care what other people have said. Some people have said that properly, others have not. And that is basically it, and kept within my 3 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for being here and for providing your testimony. All right, we'll move to our next speaker, that is Daryl Granger. Daryl, we'll promote you to panelist now so that you can provide your testimony. Daryl will be followed in our queue by Donna Dreimer, Daniel Taylor, and Eric Bename.
Hi there. Sorry for the delay.
No problem. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Daryl Granger, and I'm a brand new resident of LIC, and I'm so happy to be here and to be part of this community. And I'm so happy a home was built for me to live here. I love this plan released by the DCP. I love that it includes 10,000 new homes, but I wish it was more. I wish it was more homes than that. And in such a large swath of LIC, there should be 20 to 30,000 new homes built there. And we have a major housing shortage in our city and a vacancy rate of less than 2% citywide. And the only way to fix that problem is to build as many homes as possible. We need to build up to 1 million new homes in the city. And this is such a great area to do it because it's so close to so many transit lines and it's so close to Manhattan. And it's an area that's developing a community and where people want to live. And I don't know much about the IBZ. I've just learned a little bit about it recently. But this whole area north of 44th Street, I really wish there was some way to turn it into a mixed use area where you could have housing and light industrial, because right now it kind of feels like a no-go zone. It doesn't feel like it has much of a sense of a community. Me and my girlfriend rode city bikes through there to get to the river one time. And she doesn't want to go through there at night anymore. She's a little scared of that area. There's nothing wrong with it, but it just doesn't feel like it has any life. So the idea that we could take this area and we could mix residential and industrial there, much like Gowanus down in Brooklyn, it would create one of the most interesting areas in all of New York City. And I think it would just be an awesome opportunity to do that. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks. Thanks for being here and for providing your testimony. All right, our next speaker, Donna Dreimer. We are not seeing in the Zoom. So Donna, if you are watching on YouTube, feel free to come on into Zoom now so that we're able to hear your testimony. Next, we have Daniel Taylor, Eric Bename, and Evie Hansopoulos. Daniel Taylor, you're our next speaker, so we will promote you to panelist now. Looks like they're in Zoom as Danny.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right, welcome. First of all, my name is Daniel Taylor. I am just a longtime resident of the Queensbridge houses over here. I'm like 69. I've been here all my life. I've seen this community transform many times already. I remember the whole Long Island City area, specifically down by, Animal Basin and all that. That was all, old industrial, no housing, nothing. And I see it develop. And it was hopeful for a little while for me, thinking that, hey, this development would impact, at least my neighborhood. But it failed, it never really impacted in the way that I could afford any of the things that was going on down there. And then we had, the old Queensbridge, whole plaza, Queensbridge, the Queens Plaza area with all that development. And then we had all these hotels that was put up, I don't know, maybe 200, 250. There's a lot of hotels in this community, but it never really served our community, which is Queensbridge area. Like, I don't know any of my people that actually got jobs in any of these places as far as jobs is concerned. I don't know any of them that was able to afford the housing. And I definitely don't see any of us, dealing with the, with the infrastructure. I've been fighting for infrastructure under the Queensboro Bridge for a while. It used to be a valuable park for children. And it was, I don't know why it was just totally destroyed, and whatever the Department of Transportation, Sanitation, and the Parks Department is doing under there is ridiculous. I call it a wasteland now. It's really messed up to walk down the Queensbridge Way, the pathway that leads you from Vernon to 21st Street. And there's some valuable areas, an open space that could make a nice park. I put in several proposals, several PowerPoints to show that it can be utilized in a positive way for our children and our neighborhood. And, and yet, 10 years later, I'm still talking about this. I think a lot of us feel like we've been, eased out of all this. We feel like, Like gentrification is happening right in our eyes and we can't stop it, you know. Like I said, it's just me as a resident and just saying that I hear, I read the zone, I'm looking at it, but somehow I still don't feel like I'll be included. I haven't been included in previous ones. Even though I participated in the town halls, everything else, and give suggestions, I just don't see where they come to fruition for any of the Queensbridge residents. And, you know, pretty much that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for providing that important testimony. All right, our next speaker is Eric Benaim, who is registered via dial-in, but we're not seeing this this speaker in the room. So we will move our next speaker, Evie Hansopoulos and Michael Zurab. Evie Hansopoulos, you're our next speaker. I will note that after Evie Hansopoulos and Michael Zurab, those are our final registered speakers. So if you are in the room or watching on YouTube and wish to speak, we're going to take a break right after these two registered speakers to give everybody who may not have had the opportunity to do so a chance to register and to participate in today's meeting. Evie, hello, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Evie Hansopoulos. I am a resident of Western Queens. I'm right on the Astoria LIC border, have lived here for about 26 years. I'm here testifying on my own behalf, but I am chair of Community Board 1. I'm also on the Western Queens Community Land Trust and several other local organizations. I serve on the board with other localizations who are in the area of this rezoning as well. I guess I just wanted to start by echoing the comment by Danielle Brecker from Community Board 2, just basically saying that there has not been adequate time for public comment. And that as someone who is on Community Board 1 and we are included in this, there's really been no outreach to us about this as well. And so I also call for an extending of the comment period with additional hearings at the community board level. I guess I just have questions that I would like to see addressed in the environmental impact statement. I've heard many developers and property owners say that this is going to help cause rents to go down. So I would like to know how much will the rents go down by constructing all of the units that are planned. I would like some numbers and projections for that. We've seen a lot of development in Long Island City, and it's done nothing to have that occur. So if that is something that people are saying is going to happen, I would like some numbers about that. Also, MIH has not been adequate for addressing the truly deeply affordable housing needs of our community. And so I would like to know, you know, it is mandated, but what percentage is going to be serving people who have AMI under 30%? Given that NYCHA, the average income is $25,000, how many of those folks who live in Queensbridge would actually be able to apply for the housing lottery? Would like those numbers as well. Also, people who are homeless generally aren't making $150,000 to $200,000 a year for or more for these market rate apartments. So how many people who are currently unhoused would be able to afford any of these units? How will the city pay for the necessary infrastructure, schools, sewers, libraries, hospitals? What is the cost for these? And how is that going to be paid for, especially given the developers will probably be utilizing many tax breaks and incentives? I'd like to know what is going to be available to them and how much is that going to impact how much money we have for all the improvements that we want to see. Also, what mitigation needs to be done, both in terms of the environmental toxins from some of the industrial past uses of this, who's going to be paying for that. I'd like to look at displacement, both direct and secondary displacement of residents, small businesses, artists, affordable studio space for them, and also these manufacturing. I mean, we see perhaps some empty spaces, but have their leases been not renewed as this is being speculated? Have they been forced out? Certainly, we need to have industrial uses. I'm a little concerned about this complete, you know, dismantling of the IBZ. And I want to advocate for the Queensborough people's space as well. Public land, all public land should be exempted from this rezoning. So
Thank
that more
you.
thought.
Thank you so much. We're happy to receive any further written testimony, and we really appreciate all the comments that we're hearing today. and Evie, sorry for mispronouncing your name.
No problem.
Our next and last registered speaker is Michael Zurab. Michael will promote you to panelist at this time, and you'll be able to provide your testimony. Michael, it does not appear that we were able to promote you. It does look like we have a previously registered speaker, Rachel Suna Brichkow, in the room now. If we're able to, oh, I see Michael now. Hi, Michael, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I had to rejoin to get promoted as a panelist. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I know you've been at it for a while, and I'm very grateful for that. It's because this meeting lasted so long that I was able to speak because I was at work for most of it. So sorry to prolong the meeting even further, but I'm honored to get to speak and continue to participate in this process. This must be like the 4th or 5th meeting about the rezoning that I've been able to attend. So I'm really grateful for all of the meetings that you've been holding for what must have been at least a year on this process. I'm a resident of Sunnyside, Queens. I have a Long Island City address, but consider myself part of Sunnyside. And I really think that this is a good opportunity for our neighborhood to see, important and positive change. I think Long Island City feels like a very incomplete neighborhood where some places have been kind of dramatically revitalized over the last few decades with a mix of uses, and other places feel much less vibrant. And I think there's a real opportunity to improve public space and get just a better neighborhood with more housing of all types and a range of uses as a result of this process. And as you heard a lot, and as we all sort of know, there are a lot of citywide issues that come to light with this rezoning. One is the housing affordability crisis that's affecting, not just very low income people at this point, but even moderate income people. And I hope that this rezoning is an opportunity to create housing of all types, to enable people of all incomes to live in Long Island City, and to kind of help chip away at that very low vacancy rate and kind of persistent unaffordability that's impacting our city. So yeah, broadly supportive of a rezoning that would allow additional housing in Long Island City, and as well as improve public spaces there. I've been happy to see additional transit improvements, at least insofar as we've gotten elevator investments in a lot of Long Island City, often funded through new development, and I hope that model sort of can be continued here, where the additional investment unlocked by the rezoning can be used to improve public space, make transit more accessible, and make other improvements to just improve quality of life for all of us. So yeah, I think that's about it. I do hope that we don't sort of carve out housing from large portions of the district. I think if the highest and best use of land in a place is to give people homes, we shouldn't arbitrarily restrict that with zoning. And so I do hope that you consider that. But broadly speaking, I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to participate in this process, and hope that we get a strong proposal out of it. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your testimony and for sticking with us. We're glad to have heard your testimony. We do again have a previously registered speaker that we skipped, Rachel Suna Brichkow, so we'll promote you to a panelist now so we're able to hear your testimony. After we hear from the speaker, there are no other registered speakers. So if anyone would still like to speak, or we had to skip anyone who's now able to join, please do so at this time. And Rachel, we're ready for your testimony.
Hi, how are you this evening? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, sorry about that. The day drew on. Anyway, I would love to offer my testimony here in support of what city planning is trying to do, as well as thank Councilmember Wan for her efforts here. When the IBZs were established back in 2006, the goal was to protect existing manufacturing districts, foster economic development, and encourage industrial commercial growth citywide. Unfortunately, while well-intentioned, this plan has not worked. Today, nearly 20 years after the IBZ's creation, we need to find new modern solutions for this mission, grounded in the current conditions of our local community and New York City at large. It is for this reason that we need to look at innovative approaches to policy, land use, and zoning that will not only help preserve and grow manufacturing, but simultaneously address a myriad of other undeniable crises the community faces, such as housing shortages and public safety. Unfortunately, the rezoning of the IBZ as currently contemplated in the plan for 1LIC does not align with these goals. We have some suggestions that we think would help both protect and grow manufacturing and also address the residential crisis that so many in this meeting today have addressed. Unfortunately, increasing FARs for just commercial and industrial uses within the IBZ is of no value to the existing businesses. We have businesses such as Silver Cup Studios, which is my family's business for the last 40 years. We're no longer the owner of that business, but still strongly believe in Long Island City and its potential, and particularly the IBZ, and see it as a tool to be able to address the residential crisis while incentivizing business owners to replace their existing aging industrial buildings with new, better, improved industrial spaces for the future while building residential on top. This residential would afford these business owners the ability to redo and rebuild their industrial spaces and then be able to offset that with the residential above. The rents that industrial users are able to afford right now, which is $25, $35 a square foot, is not enough to incentivize business owners to, in and of themselves, tear down existing aged industrial products and replace them. So we would suggest looking at, excuse me, residential as a tool to help grow and support industrial into the future. Any of the rezoning of the LIC IBZ must include residential, particularly in the core, where the access to transportation and the waterfront right now, as other speakers have mentioned, it's sort of this dead zone that prevents people that live in the Court Square district and other residential areas from really accessing all of Long Island City, because the streets at night are not hospitable to pedestrian traffic. And by adding residential to these areas, you add eyes on the street and you create a 24/7 lively neighborhood that would increase public safety and access to all the areas within the IBZ. The landscaping of manufacturing has dramatically changed over the years, and now these businesses could easily coexist with residential because they are clean, quiet uses. We strongly believe in this mix, and we support the plan of 1LIC and would suggest an innovative look at the IBZs. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony and for being here today. All right.
Thank you.
At this time, this brings us to the close of our registered speakers list. So if there's anyone in the room who has not had the opportunity to speak or who is viewing the YouTube live stream and has not yet registered to speak and wishes to do so, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. So if I can ask our production team to advance the slide to our registration page with the timer. Please do visit the nyc.gov/NYC Engage website to register to speak. So fill out that registration form. The Zoom link to join the meeting will be emailed to you so that we are able to add you to our speakers queue at this time. So now we will take a 5-minute recess and we will resume the meeting at approximately 6:35 p.m. Again, please do register to speak if you have not yet had the opportunity to do so. Thanks so much and talk to you in a few minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back. This is the continuation of the remote public scoping meeting for the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. Again, for the record, I'll note that the City Environmental Quality Review or CEQR number is 25DCP001Q. My name is Stephanie Shalou, Director of the Environmental Assessment and Review Division here at the Department of City Planning. We're currently on part 3 of the scoping meeting where members of the public are invited to speak for up to 3 minutes. We were taking a brief recess to allow for anyone who may have not been able to register to speak an opportunity to do so. We did not receive any new speaker registrants at this time, so we're going to see if anyone who had previously registered that we skipped has joined the room. We still have Brendan Burke and Matthew Giordano in the Zoom. If either of you would like to speak, please use the raise hand feature to indicate that you would like to provide testimony. We'll just wait a moment to give them the chance to do that. All right, we're not seeing indication that either of these folks are interested in providing testimony. So we will now ask if anyone else wishes to provide testimony, and we have not heard from you yet. We do not have any other registered speakers, so we're going to move to close the meeting at this time. We can go to the next slide that has our information about continuing to provide us written testimony. So at this point, if anyone was skipped or was not able to provide their testimony or had any technical difficulties, we do encourage you to submit your written testimony. You can do so by writing us in hard mail at 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271. Attention, myself, Stephanie Shalou. You can also email us comments here at this distribution list shown on the screen, 25DCP001Q_DL@planning.nyc.gov. And we will accept comments. We have already extended the comment period to this date. So the extended comment period deadline is Friday, September 13th, 2024 at 5 p.m. And of course, we do, as I mentioned, give written comments the same time and consideration as those that we heard during this meeting. I really want to thank everyone for sticking with us. This is a long meeting. We heard a lot of very important testimony. And as I mentioned, comments received today and received in writing through that end of the comment period will be summarized and responded to in the final scope of work that will guide the preparation of the EIS. We look forward to your continued engagement with this process and to continue to make your voices heard through the public engagement of this very important plan. So thank you everyone again for taking time out of your very busy days to be with us. We really appreciate your time and your participation. The time is currently 6:38 p.m. and this meeting is now closed. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good evening.